And I remember mentioning something that I keep saying nobody could hear me, is that I am shocked that those who are kidnapping our children are operating with one template, one procedure. They have not changed it. For God's sake, how can anybody tell me that people come into an institution, pick 227 children in one night? How? Were they mango that they were picking into the bag and take away? Children, living children, secondary school children. Come off, boy, there is something more than this.
So what is more that we don't know?
What is more is politics. Politics and nothing else. Otherwise, I use the word politics because those who are in power now, they are all politicians, they spend 24 hours playing politics. And the spectacle of politics, so anything that comes in front of them, see it from color.
From politics, from insecurity.
Good. What is the nomenclature of our president? According to the Constitution, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces. To that extent, is the apex authority that give instruction. No wonder countries that know what they are doing allow those who govern them to have some military background or experience. So that when they say President and Commander-in-Chief, when they say Commander-in-Chief, you know what we are talking about. Not for you to call some people to a round table, they come and tell you sweet stories, and they walk away, with some swag and pretend that all is well. How can it be well when our children are in the forest? The Commander-in-Chief should be able to command chiefly, give orders. Commander-in-Chief don't discuss, he gives order. Because he must have received his briefing privately from those who are concerned. In that briefing, the president was there with Russia. If the DSS DG was he there with the Director of Intelligence? If the Chief of Army Staff is there, was he there with his Director of Military Intelligence or Army Intelligence? These are core professionals that are dealing with daily information and intelligence gathering. If I am the Commander-in-Chief, I will summon these gentlemen, not the people at the top. Those at the top have become politicians in military uniforms. That is the truth. They are now politicians in military uniform. That is why a minister will take phone and call the CDS and say, I am here to implement an instruction that I give to my people, and your men are here disturbing me. We say, okay, come to the office, let's settle it. Is that a procedure? Is that a procedure? In my days in the army, the minister does not have direct access to the CDS. What is your problem with the CDS? What are you doing there? That is even a question that can end your career. What are you doing there? What's your business with the minister? CDS is to face his job, command the troops, ensure that the territorial integrity of Nigeria is intact. That's your job. In your Benin session, just some few minutes ago, I was hearing one gentleman there telling you about our porous border. We don't have borders. There's nothing like borders. It's not porous. We are borderless.
We do have borders.
We are borderless, my dear. And we travel these places. It's an open desert.
If we don't have border, custom will not be able to generate.
Where are they? Where are they? You have just gone to another area where I'm always angry when you mention it. Don't go too far. I don't want to go too far. Go to Kogi State here, Lokoja. Between Obajana Junction and the Niger Bridge.
And the bridge.
There are 8 custom checkpoints. 8. Go and anytime you travel that route, count them. I travel that route almost on a weekly basis. And whenever I'm going, I count them. 8 custom checkpoints between Obajana and the bridge. Custom checkpoint. What are they checking? Tokunbo vehicles. Nothing else. Men are there sitting down and waiting for Tokunbo vehicles. So don't go there.
Okay, now let's not go there. Now let's look at the decision of the president yesterday when he ordered the withdrawal of over 100,000 policemen attached to VIPs back to the station to now do their job of policing. How will that be sustained and how will it help?
I laugh in Swahili. My dear, we are not hearing that for the first time.
Not from the president. We have
heard it.
We have been hearing it from
the IG.
In fact, every new IG comes two-point agenda. First agenda is to dismantle all roadblocks. The second agenda is to withdraw all VIPs. And those pronouncements are not effective.
Good.
Yeah, but this is the first time we're hearing from the CNC saying they should come back and do the core job for which they are employed.
Okay. That's why I laugh. You know why I'm laughing?
Do you think it's
the police that are guarding VIPs, were they there on their own? They were deployed there. Let me tell you what is going on if you don't know. In the first place, does it require a order? Follow, use the one that touches on me and you. Does it require a presidential order for the DPO to have mustard parade? My dear, I grew up in the police barrack. My father was a police officer. And I know that there is something called mustard parade. How many police stations conduct mustard parade now? How many?
How many policemen are in the barracks?
You do need a barrack? You have a police station. You don't need a barrack. You have a police station. As a matter of fact, police are not supposed to be barracked. It is soldiers that, because of their nuisances and their peculiar way of living, that requires a secluded place where you can keep them away from mingling with people they are supposed to be with civilians. Now I see soldiers walking barefooted around the place. In my days, you are in the barrack. You are in the barracks.
They are still in the barracks.
They are no more in the barracks, my dear. Those in the barracks are just like 3%. The rest are, in with various corners. Let's leave that. That is not the issue. The issue is that
it's also part of it.
Nigerian police have long forgotten about policing. And it's like when a hunter goes to go on hunting with his dog. And he gets into the bush and starts blowing whistle, calling his dog. A dog that you went with on hunting left you where you are standing and walk away, and you are calling him with a whistle. There is every likelihood that that dog will not listen to your whistle. That is the situation we find ourselves. Now the president himself has blown the whistle. Let us see the level of obedience and compliance. Because these people that the president is trying to withdraw the police from, they are his people.
Yeah, but he's replacing them with civil defense.
Which civil defense?
You say heavily armed civil defense.
I hear you. What type of arms do civil defense have?
No, they do have arms.
My dear brother, what type of arm? I use the word.
They do have arms.
Are they more armed than some of these people we are talking about, the bandits?
No, of course you know. You know that the VP, when he was the governor of Borno State, did say that the weapons these guys are carrying are more sophisticated than the ones are.
So what stops us? What stops us from arming our?
It's actually that is the next question.
Good.
I just want you to explain if the withdrawal of over 100,000 policemen from VIPs can solve the
it will not solve the problem.
I mean, again, are we going to have them deployed in these hotspots?
How can, you see, the problem we have, we are not facing it yet. Oh. We keep playing politics. As far as I'm concerned, you see all these grammar and security jargons that our leaders are using is what is annoying me. Oh, kinetic and non-kinetic. I'm hearing that for the first time. You know why I say I'm hearing it for the first time?
In your days, it wasn't there.
Who is talking about kinetic and non-kinetic? A criminal is a criminal. Go ahead and deal with him. Somebody will say, oh, they live among us. That is why we have intelligence. If they live among us, the intelligence is supposed to fish them out.
ITV, certainly the best.
For neutralizing Boko Haram, soldiers have been dismissed for crying out and say we don't have arms, we don't have weapons. They have been dismissed. Some of them are living right behind you here. If you go just behind this place, there's one corner there where some dismissed soldiers are hiding. They've been there for almost 10 years now. They were dismissed in Borno. Some of them walked up to me one day and said I should give them something. I said, why? And they started telling me their story. How they were dismissed because they... Have you not been hearing of these kind of things in the media? They are there. Now, the question is, when these police, in the first place, what pushed these police to VIPs? What pushed them?
Insecurity. Of course, it's the way of insecurity that may require a VIP to say, I want police protection.
A willing buyer and a willing seller. Because government is not allowing private security to carry arms. Government is not allowing individuals to carry arms. So they can't protect themselves. To that extent, they go and hire the police. They hire, they pay. Those individuals are not carrying the police for nothing. They pay daily.
So police is also a revenue-generating agency?
Yes, to support their pocket.
Not to the government?
Not to the government.
Okay, so now let's move on. And it is to say, so much is allocated to defense annually. Those monies, what are they supposed to do with it?
Well,
you were once there.
When I was there,
yes.
Money allocated to defense does not go to I mean, it's not used to construct estates. In my days as a soldier, if you want to buy a car, you first of all walk up to your CEO in the morning and say, sir, I have 1,800 naira in my account. I want to use it to buy a car. And he will ask you, how did you raise the money? I have been saving. And my auntie dashed me is 200. I added to it. And my mother's piece of land that I sold, added to it. So he said, go and put it in writing. You put it in writing and come back. Because when you bring that new car, somebody will walk up to the commanding officer and say, Captain so came with a new car. Sir, are you aware? And if he says he's not aware, you are in trouble. You will explain how you raise the money to buy that car. Is it happening like that now? No.
So what changed that?
What changed that is the day we changed the academy to a university, we changed the army. Sandhurst in England, the oldest officer training academy in the world, that trained people like George Washington that founded America. It remains an officer training academy till today, 2.5 years to be trained as an officer. Not university. By the time you finish your officer training, you see what you want to be academician, you can go to university. But that 2.5 years is to mold you into an army officer. But they go there now, spend 4 years, wear academic gown, do matriculation, and then go and learn accounting and mathematics. The funniest one is political science. What's the business of soldiers with political science? Was that not what Gowon said when government was handed over to him? He said, I am a soldier, I know nothing about politics, so I need a politician who knows politics to support me. That was why Gowon was a successful leader. Because he allowed people who know the game to come.
So for what you are saying now, the monies allocated to defense is ending up in private pockets.
Don't go to me.
So that's what you're saying, because now they can buy.
But we are seeing signs.
They can buy.
We are seeing it in the air. If an officer will buy a 40 million naira vehicle, where did he raise the money? Even as a general, where did he raise?
And they are also struggling for land.
They are buying land 400 million. Because land in Abuja is as expensive as that. Like the ones they are currently about that Wike went and started to blow with a junior officer. Was he supposed to go and, it's because of the cost of the land. Why didn't he go to Buhari to go and enforce demolition? Why here? We know what is at stake now. Why didn't Wike go to Kuje to go and be enforcing demolition? But why did they? Because of the cost, the high cost involved. Officers are buying what their salary for life cannot buy. So how do you explain that? How do you explain that? So, for me, if we put meat in the plate, and all of us close our eyes and say, let us pray before we eat. By the time we finish praying, we open our eyes. The meat has disappeared. Do we need to go and be looking for an external person? We know that it is those of us around the table that stole the meat. So that's the infraction I am making. If money is allocated in billions for our defense, and we are not seeing defense, rather we are seeing our generals building estates, they get CBN day for their compound. So what I am trying to say in essence is that we are not seeing a moderate life from our military.
Okay, so as it stands now, you have really raised some issues that require the military hierarchy, the CNC of President Tinubu to begin to look into these issues. I mean, army officers buying land worth of 1 billion, buying cars over 100 million. The least you said is 40 million, and that worries some people, who ordinarily believe that those are not money meant for them. They are monies meant for intelligence equipment, right? Meant for military hardwares, so that you can have sophisticated weapons to attack those guys. So how can we get to that atmosphere where monies allocated will be judiciously used towards the area for which the monies were allocated? How can we enforce that?
Well, we have structures in place that will have enforced that. Unfortunately, the structure has collapsed. What is the structure? The National Assembly, with their oversight function. That is why they passed the budget.
You still see them scrutinizing
My dear brother, forget that charade. Forget that charade. That grammar you see them speaking on TV, that they are doing budget oversight. They are going there to collect percentage.
Allegedly.
And not allegedly. Not allegedly. They are going there to collect percentage. Otherwise, can the National Assembly members tell me why they will go and oversight an institution and discover that fraud has happened and it dies there? It goes with the wind. They even come back and laugh over it. Gave you. If meat is missing on this table, and we only close our eyes so that we can pray. And then those of us who close our eyes did not know someone that did not close their eyes. National Assembly are not doing their job. That is why budgets are not in place. In fact, in this era, we have now come to see that we are 2-3 budgets running concurrently. Is that a normality? It's not. So if we must see, let me tell you 3 things quickly, because our
time is flying.
Is flying. You see, the insecurity in Nigeria, I have repeatedly said it, is not rocket science. Something very basic and simple. It's because those who find themselves in power have always weaponized it and used it as a political tool. That is why we are not fighting insecurity. Take it or leave it, that is the truth. Everything you see now is happening for 2027.
So make up, plan to come assist Nigeria.
Oh, I wish Nigerians are wiser. If we are wiser, we will say, Trump, come as early as yesterday. If you have an American, see, when somebody pass you, don't pass you. America don't pass us. Let's not debate it. America has, anywhere you see American military base, America has a responsibility to keep that place safe. And let me say this to anybody who wishes to hear. America knows about the insecurity in every corner in Africa. So if they say they want to come and help you, it's like somebody hiding your thing and they now want to help you look for it. Welcome me with open hands. Not to begin to rub, the democratic grease around it. It is not going to help us. Let America come and help us. They were the creator of this problem in the first place.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Adoni, security expert based here in Abuja. So much has been said. I'm sure that the relevant agencies or authority have taken note on how these issues can be tackled once and for all. Topmost is the fact that military budget should not end up in private pockets. It should be used to procure military hardwares, get intelligence, drop ultra-modern equipment to monitor where these guys are hiding. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it shall be time with the Lagos Network Center for continuation of the program this morning on ITV.
Thank you, Joseph Kadri. All right, from Lagos this beautiful morning, we are also looking at the mass kidnapping and collapsing security structure and Nigeria, and it is a problem in the country. We've been battling, and you wake up every morning, different stories on the internet, different coming out to say what they've been, in the schools kidding. And today, mainly insecurity. And of course, I am Marcelina Unko, and I have my guest this beautiful morning that would be helping us analyze insecurity in Nigeria today. Ken Odu is a political analyst. Good morning.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be with TV. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. All right, today, like I said earlier, the conversation in Nigeria and a dramatic turn as more voices from leaders to civil societal groups and even the public figures, are all calling on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to resign from the mass abduction of 300 students, 12 teachers and children in night to the rising cases of banditry, kidnappings, terror attacks. Many citizens say that the nation's security situation has gone beyond limits. And also, we saw yesterday that 50 students has actually escaped from the campus. They escaped from the kidnappers, and we saw that 30 were also rescued from Kwara State. Saw the videos. Take a look at the videos yesterday where we saw they were rescued from Kwara State, the church that they were kidnapped. 30 worshippers were actually rescued, and 50 students. And our president has said he's not relenting; he would keep working. And we saw that he ordered withdrawals of police from. So the question is, will this help? And we saw that Gumi has to say that they're negotiating with bandits, that the SAD, dating with them that if we should drop, that they are ready to drop their arms, that if we drop our arms, hope we are not going to be arrested. We're going to be getting things that other Nigerians have been benefiting, you know, what they've been getting, we would get it. We're ready to drop our arms. And the question most Nigerians have been asking is, are we supposed, and Nigeria was supposed to be negotiating with this bandit? We also saw that I think in 2013, girls, teenage girls was also kidnapped or adopted in Borno in their farmland. They went farming and they were adopted by ISWAP. And a lot has been going on. A few days ago, so since the was just say the issue of insecurity has got a major problem, and we keep waking up every morning, hoping that the situation will get better. But it's keep, even after many years and several
the recurring decimal. 2014, it happened during the time of Goodluck Jonathan. In fact, that was the time the hyping of the whole insecurity, the hyping of in Borno, where you have bomb, you understand. You know, there's a kind of, we have to be very, we need to look at the basis of this and how we did so far, how successful administration handled it so far. You are aware that you even started my, you know, that was silent, that the issue was silent. Then it moved to another banditry. From that banditry, the forces that was happening, it moved out from Shena, moved to another transform of it. Look, if we had nipped it on board as at that time, you have occurred. And in the essence of this thing, if openly, quite a lot of people have mentioned that most of all these Fulani that comes in now, they were brought in to aid election. What even caused a lot of problem was the issue the Sahel nation, Burkina Faso, the Mali, them, you understand, the Niger, them, the three Sahel nation. They're not with the ECOWAS. They are on, and those are the epic centers. So for people to come and say they are calling for a resignation of the president, I just look at them and say, "Man, joker," because it's a real consequence. What you look at is this. How has successful administration the issue of insecurity? How is this addition handling society? And let's look at this water and the weakness, opportunity, and be able to highlight, okay, we need help. Those are the issues. It's a testament. Anybody that comes to you see, let me show you something. It's an agenda that we are going through agenda driven though. People claim that the entire Nigeria belongs to Ottoman Dan Fodio. We should understand that. Understand that there's fulanization on board. No written film. Take for instance, in Nigeria, we call that Nigeria is supposed to be a secular state. Is that not so? But in a secular state, we have some people are still under Sharia law. If I address to quite a lot of people, are even advocating that should also take on Sharia law, and we rejected it. That look, we can Sharia law. Political with the weak institution in Nigeria, as soon as the lack of political will to take a decision is what is happening. And also, what is happening in Nigeria is still that people now. The way the Northerners are treated is different from the way Southerners.
So how are the Northerners treated?
You see, now that in North successful administration has indulged, especially during the war, have been seriously indulged. Indulged in the sense that, for instance, when there's a farmer headers class, that is prosecution. Killing, but you kill a cattle, a person is going to people open confrontation about land. What is happening in Benue? Strong headers clash. You understand. Look at this scenario, the nuances that are what president. We have gotten the Saudi have sent of the finance will not be dealing. I appreciate the fact that they say we're dealing with them is a complex. Appreciate that. But no matter how complex it is, let us see traction in it. If not because of the issue of the advances made by Trump in naming Nigeria as country and a disgraced nation, based on people who have given them, because actually give them people who are killed within the Benue. We've seen the Catholic priest, quite a lot of people that it is a genocidal effect going to give proven evidences. But we're feeling now that not a question of genocidal effect. It's quite general. Because take for instance, who are killed in not Christian. No, they are not Christian. Quite a lot of Muslims. What we're saying is this: they were only trying to look at the situation analysis. You see, the killing is the same across board. It is quite commercial. We should take that for them.
So, Gumi came out to say that they've negotiated with this terror bandit that is said going to lay down if we are getting the same benefits, all the Nigerians will lay them, and also you people have to promise us that we won't be arrested. In Nigeria, are we supposed to be negotiating with bandits?
Thank you very much. I told some people consider themselves to be. Take for instance, such a person will be in the south. They will have been labeled a terrorist. And simple. But how they now that if you look at it carefully, for Gumi to be in and out, and there are quite a insightful evidence misconduct. Now, they were saying that Gumi made him chief terrorist. No. Let's ask ourselves a question. Who made him chief terrorist if he doesn't know about it?
That they are insiders working.
It's complicit. In fact, let me tell you, Gumi, we're only directing attention to Gumi, called Gumi Spirit, Gumi Show. Gumi is a movement. Quite a people in high and mighty place also believe in what Gumi is doing, which is an issue, which is to possession of the land. Don't let us deceive ourselves and even the issue. Okay, take for instance, aspect, and that is what is even causing trouble with issue of terrorism in Nigeria. If we have at this point in time, if declared headers in Nigeria, we're still trying to look at them as bandits. How can you be talking some people that kill at will, from people that possess people, who kidnap for ransom? You cannot declare them as terrorists. You are still saying banditry, because bandit for purpose, for commercial purpose, is that not so? That's the end of banditry. Possession for commercial purpose. But when life is involved, it becomes action, because it goes beyond the issue of money.
Otumba, the fact that you go to the internet, there are several videos of this terrorists or banditry coming out on the social media to I saw one of the video where one of the bandits says that you people are asking us to release those people. Do you know where they are? Can't get them. The fact that they are coming out the internet to let you know, they are not even hiding their face, so let you know we are the bandits, we are the kidnappers, we are the one doing this thing. And it has a lot of people talking, a lot of speculations. These people might be working with something. I mean, either for them to, gather the courage, have the courage to come on the internet, let Nigerians or let people know that we are the one doing this thing.
Very much. What I call agent of instability, who are perpetually Nigeria belongs to them. We should not disappoint. This agent of instability, which I call Gumi Spirit, comes everywhere. How do you explain a case when somebody killed, possessed the land, hold for ransom? You are radicalizing them. You now want to get the entitlement. Yeah, there is even they say even this same Gumi is claiming what they are doing, what the terrorists are doing, and creating with Niger Delta amnesty program. What they're doing with program. Remember, amnesty is talking about resource control. He will tell you now that is a divide and us. Look, to Kitun Kanu now. How much of the translation have we done for people we caught? Which you ask ourselves, are they more special than they killed? People was killed. Appreciate the fact but we don't. But we know, for in the South, we know those who are killed. We know instructing them. Today, that prosecution, they were saying is this: why are we secretive about people that we know that is a convict? If we could explain the Kanu as the one behind what is happening.
No, Otumba, I should be asking you that question. Why do you think they're secretive about those people? People are saying that they use people. Who means those people? Because I mean, with them is negotiating with them, and it's coming on different podcast TV station, talking about his negotiation with them. So why, if he knows about them, I mean, most people knows about them. So why are we,
I won't say we are hiding them. The government that came through the information that it is true. In fact, NSA has addressed the issue after meeting with the House Raymond that from asked to investigate the issue. He has some convict, but them we don't know them. That's why I'm saying now that, look, in as much as we want to, you see, it's one thing to go to the international community and tender evidences. But we at home now must not be kept in the dark. Because remember, it is people at home giving evidences over there for them installed. And also saying that we now run a divided rule. The problem we have in Nigeria, problem of weak, extremely weak institution. Take for instance, let me get to substantiate myself. This is a recurrent decimal. It happened in when Goodluck was there. It happened in 19 when it was there. The same situation is happening there. There's a safe school project initiated. Millions of naira to actually ensure that they build a safety net and they build have mechanism in place. They establish a digital network to foster and also ensure the teachers are taught measure, and it is so there's ought to have been around the school. The question is that we now query the intelligence. Most of the incidents that happened, we had the knowledge that they have intelligence. There's intelligence of it. If we have intelligence, so for instance, the 25 girls that were, they said some few hours to that time, police who were there came, the condition of the police, and they left, and even the governor of the state even came equivocally to say now that there were proud intelligence. The question is, when there were intelligence information, let me try to analyze the complicity. Why the principal of the school evacuated them? Why did they go and sleep? Intelligence. If their intelligence, there wasn't any reinforcement in that college. If these people were carried and they walk along the road, people are there. It's around 4 a.m. I mean, people will be on the road. The question we're saying is that if we want to deal with it, that we cannot deal with it. But I'm saying that the political will to do with it and come to with another, and then two, our army, the soldiers that are usually have now, total number of armed forces, it is less than 5, and the number of recurrent killing. In fact, many people who the chief of army staff even said about 10,000 that were recruited, all of them gone. They want to start enforcement. In the matter we cannot conquer, no, I don't believe. Because Nigerian soldiers have been very, they have a long-term record.
So at this point, would you say we need Trump? We need the U.S. to come help us?
No, we killing is political, and we're bringing out internal link, interporosity, which means there's a connivance between the and people and the financial sponsors who are there. And the idea behind it, there's a recurring that all these people are known. The question is why are we making it? Look, we cannot be negotiating terrorists. It's not done. So to even get, which means we now need intervention. There are some things we cannot handle. We should be very careful because look, people in our corner, nobody lose election. Look around the corner. By 2020, by 2026, 2027 election. Around February, because they are trying to drag the ball. They are trying to November to December. But as of today, the irony is going to be in February. What is it? Which by the time we're almost election year. If somebody is contest for a position or want to actually legitimize his position or want to be involved, want to retain, if you take, because there's a general consensus is not to have the highest vote, which I believe is not even correct, because there are 19 states in the north and we have 17 states in the south. You understand? Abuja is as a center. No, sure. The question we're asking, that's why I query the election of the political. We're talking about a census. We have not organized census over 20 something.
Okay, before we go there, let's talk about what Ganiu Adams says. What is Kogi, Kebbi, and other states? They're just as grand, like main tips in the icebergs. That the real target is Oyo, Ekiti, Ondo, and Lagos State.
That's very recurring. Ganiu Adams is a camp for Yoruba land. To the best of my knowledge, he has his information. People in the southwest have been doing meeting, which is Southwest Security Summit. We've done it. It is not. I'm not confirming that it is true, but there's no smoke without fire. If people could decimate northeast, northwest, the chances of coming into the southwest is after as of successfully operating in Ilorin. What is the distance between Ilorin to Ogbomoso 40 kilometers? What is the distance between Ogbomoso and Oyo? Very close. If you get to Oyo, if you are in Ibadan, Lagos is here, we call one here. So I will not rule the possibility out, but I will also want us to now look at it carefully. Why that the intelligence does not work? The person clearly now that most of the army are overstretched, and we now have a kind of dispersion in the geopolitical location, and concurrently action. We have seen the action in Bono, the action in Gombe. We have seen the action in you've just talked about Edo now. You understand? We limit army. It's time for us to call to international support. We now need more technological approach. We have overstretched our people, and this level of sophistication of this are high. We should, because why we could Sahel nation, the outburst from Syria, the outburst from the Sahel, combined efforts is coming here because we see here a lot of money involved. Most of they used to finance, they have international finances, and they also the idea is that we should all one voice. The problem I have now is this: people are called about this situation because it has not happened to their family. It does not happen to their family. If it has happened to family, they will sing another better story. Instead of us coming with one voice to condemn this thing, let us condemn what happened with terrorism. Farmers is a terrorist, pure and simple.
Okay, Otumba, good. Let's talk about that. Tinubu has said with withdrawal of police and VIPs, recruit 1,000 officers. What is your take on that? Do you think that will help, or it will
just crashing? That question. Is it that they join live? People join live. They're sleeping in AC. How would they be able to adjust to do the comeback? What level of training do they have? People that value their life. I'm saying it's part of it. Crashing is a measure, but is that no? We have been talking about community policing. We have been talking about police. We have been regionalized. We have been about the only thing we do is that we can get a wide people to do I'm a forest guard, and you cannot want we decent police. Let me tell you, when we have in this we have over army. Is army supposed to be totally involved in the answer is the army to be for the external security and openly coming us have. But because our policing system, we don't even understand the concept of police. Or when we do the aspiration policing is just so that would not bring good results.
So what do you think the government needs to do now?
The way government needs to do now is one, there's a need to centralize policing. Look, there must be that we call under conventional police that will involve civil issues, criminally. But we now know we have military police. We have military. Military police and paramilitary should come to raise against internal security and also reinforce to support the army. It should not be a silos, because in this country there's a complete silos in the sense that look, there are three ways we can fight terrorism. And do territorial terrorism. The army do confront. We can the airspace. Why are we buying equal? Why are we buying so? I'm going to use. For instance, there's a bomber jet as far as 20,000 feet of them with a kind of radar cover that can locate the people. During good luck era, luck actually solicited the cooperation of US on Obama. They provided some support, but when they engage with the people to be able to find a long-lasting solution, and they thought they were going to get people instead to pick their challenges, and was that an option we're saying now is it is time now that we Nigerians should come voice. It is not a chance that she was problem alone. Actually, happens to be the leader. Anybody call resignation is being political, is being sheepish, he doesn't understand me, he's not patriotic. They must be taken as we should declare any as terrorists and all of that.
You said at this point we Nigerians not in one voice.
Yes.
How would that help to tackle it?
Now, how would the sensitization? You know, you can insecurity from kind of view. It is not power. Even the use of power dominated by political will. The problem is most of the power are we using them? Why do you have so much of power? If on the ground, I can't bomb them. But we're still, you understand? And remember, why there is a rampant kidnapping is that we're trying to solicit international community will come through the airspace. They are only using those children tower because they have had everything that they will come. You understand?
Yeah.
You know when they say they will come, because the incident will still look provoking. Is a provocation. Look, it's an internal. It is the internal nuances and nuisance that is related with the external. Until we and until international who will be able people that are the financial supporter and also come to Nigeria help us to pick. You understand? And but all those things can be we in Nigeria do not come for it.
So to not think that the federal and state government they are coordinating effectively of terrorism.
They are not their best. I mean, how effective is another thing. Are they trying their best? They are trying their best. Is their best good enough? It's not good enough. They are not coordinating. If they are coordinating, they should be able to limit it. The question we're saying is this: since we know now that the internal nuances and nuisance, the people instability that are let us first, what we should first do is let the government deal with the financially. Because as long as they deal, they won't be able to procure equipment. Is that not true? These people are living life of they have equipment, they have almost everything. Once they don't have somebody that is there to trap them.
No, what have somebody that is
financing them? So how would they do?
So you think there's somebody financing?
Oh, yes, financing both internal and and from the best of my knowledge, why we go allow it to go? They come with sophisticated weapons to kill our people, and we're still here. Some people who are calling for resignation don't know why their family is not involved. So how many of them are paying
Otumba, calm down.
Painful.
I understand. It's painful. I mean, getting up and you're scared, going out, you're scared. You don't know what will happen.
You don't know. Life, BTH is coming up. People have had them. Can you say how that attack is coming up? Because you're not even sure. You're not even sure of your neighbor.
Okay, at this point, and thank you so much, Otumba, for your contribution, for helping us on a particular topic. We're calling on the president, calling on the government to help us. We want a solution on security in Nigeria. This is what we've got for you from Lagos. Our Lagos Network's beautiful morning on CMI. I am Marcelina. Once again, thank you so much for coming. I am Marcelina Unkwa, would be hand to Benin for a donation on CMI this day.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological.
On the news update for this time, I'm Sonny Duke Okosum. The marriage ceremony of Iesoge Loretta Oka, daughter of the Secretary of the Edo State All Progressives Congress, Engineer Lawrence Oka, and Barrister Esosa Ikbuba, has been solemnized in a holy matrimony in Benin City on Saturday. Donald Ehimie reports that the ceremony attracted several dignitaries, including serving members of the National Assembly, the State House of Assembly, civil commissioners, captains of industry, among others.
The exchange of vows and rings before the officiating priest, Reverend Father Osawe Aisosa Anthony, formally sealed the union as the couple was pronounced husband and wife before a large congregation. They thereafter signed the marriage register, affirming their lifelong commitment. In a homily, Reverend Father Alex Ejiofor charged the couple to build their home on the pillars of love, patience, tolerance, and mutual respect. The newly wedded couple expressed gratitude and shared what drew them to each other, describing their union as divinely inspired.
The scripture will echo to our hearing that you both leave your father and your mother and then cling to yourself as husband and wife.
She's so godly, she's a mother, and she's a wife at the same time. So I adore her so much.
Overwhelmed with joy. This is the day that we have prayed for, and it is here. So I'm just so grateful to God that I get to marry the love of my life.
Engineer Lawrence Oka, alongside well-wishers and prominent guests, prayed for the couple's success, peace, and enduring love.
I'm extremely excited in all her things. She has never lacked. I'm proud of her anytime, any day.
God will bless this marriage, and that they themselves can be of love to one another.
My wish is for them to find eternal love.
About blessing is about tolerance and patience. This is what we actually wish the new couple.
The celebration later moved to Katila University where guests were warmly received, including the senator representing Edo North Central District, Senator Adams Osomole, who served as chairman of the occasion.
The young couple don't need to be advised publicly. They just need to copy what they have learned and observed from their parents.
The couple performed their first marital duty by feeding each other after cutting their wedding cake to the admiration of guests. From Benin, Donald Inyeng, ITV News.
The Ojowe of Irwa community in the local government area of Edo State, Pa Osakwe Eresua, has installed Alex Ago as Okaigele of Irwa Nohwa and Osamuyi David Okungai as Okaigele of Irwa Onurukbo. The installation was performed during a general meeting of elders and youths held at the Ogwedion Elders Chambers in Irwa Nohwa. The report is presented by Ipongusa Ugiagbe.
There were pronouncements and prayers for Alex Ahu, Okaigele of Irwa Nohwa, and Osamuyi David Okungai, Okaigele of Irwa Norukpo, by the Odionwe Pa Osakwe Eresua. The Odionwe explained that he was acting on the directive of the palace of the Oba of Benin to install Okaigeles who will work closely with him and the elders for effective community administration. Some elders of Erwa described the installation as a collective decision and urged the new Okaigeles The newly installed Okaigeles expressed gratitude to the Odionwe and community elders for the confidence reposed in them, pledging to work for peace, unity and progress of Erwa community.
As I am newly chosen, I am ready to work with my mind with the elders of the community, women, youth and everybody. I am loyal to everybody generally.
I give thanks to the Odionwe of Irwa and the elders for pronouncing me as the Okaigele of Irwa Norukbo. I promise to work well with the elders and the Odionwe to serve the community well.
RTV News.
That report was actually presented by Osamudame Osage, not Musa Ogagbe, as earlier presented. In the meantime, Uniben Alumni Association Worldwide has confirmed Distinguished Alumni Award on deserving members. A total of 44 alumni of the University of Benin have been decorated with the Distinguished Alumni Award. The Vice-Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omoege, was among the award recipients at the ceremony held at the Indoor Sports Complex, Uniben, Ubowa Campus, Benin City. Jonah Omowa completes the report.
The Global Homecoming of the University of Benin Alumni Association Worldwide is an annual event designed to provide a platform for alumni to reconnect with old friends, make new connections, strengthen the alumni network, honor the achievements of fellow alumni, and support the university's commitment to academic excellence and its overall mission. In his welcome address, the president of the University of Benin Alumni Association Worldwide, Barrister Emmanuel Uriazua, appreciated all alumni for their continuous support.
We have selected few among us who are part of the society. I want to say we must celebrate them.
The chairman of the occasion and Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo, represented by Engineer Dauda Aluya, urged young alumni to embrace excellence. The chief host and Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omoege, called on all alumni to regard the school management as partners in progress.
I want to see that the alumni is able to build a hostel facility.
Guest speaker Mrs. Orimeji Aka and Ambassador Dr. Kingsley Obasohan encouraged alumni to play active role in taking Uniben to greater heights.
Contribute to the 5,000 hostel accommodation for the school.
Some recipients of the Distinguished Alumni Award expressed gratitude to the organizers for counting them worthy of the honor.
I'm launching the lighting of the gate and the street leading to the auditorium.
It shows that my very humble efforts, has been recognized. For this singular honor bestowed on me by Uber Worldwide is spectacular.
This is the climax of giving distinguished award to those who graduated from UNIBE.
The event, which is the first in 4 years, was well attended by members of the Alumni Association from within and outside Nigeria. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Meanwhile, the 2005 law graduates of the University of Benin have offered gratitude to God for his faithfulness since they left the institution 20 years ago. The Thanksgiving service held at All Saints Chapel, University of Benin, attracted family members, friends, and lecturers. Again, Jonah Omowa completes the report.
2005 law graduates of University of Benin singing, dancing, and expressing gratitude to God for his faithfulness in their lives in the last 20 years since they left the institution. Lecturers, friends, and family members also joined them to offer thanks to God. Some of the old students of the Faculty of Law said words would never be too much, testifying of the goodness of God in their lives.
It has been 20 years of God's faithfulness. It has been 20 years of God's guidance. It has been 20 years of God's increase. It has been 20 years of God's abundant blessing upon us in this class. God has kept us through thick and thin, and we'll continue to enjoy his grace. That is why we have come out to say thank you, Lord.
Just like a dream, it's been 20 whole years since we left the Faculty of Law, University of Benin. And we have come to thank God for keeping us. We have come to thank God for this breath of life he has given us.
For those of us that are into private practice, we are excelling meritoriously. Others are in the academics, some of us are in the bench, the whole of us are excelling.
We have come to say thank you, God, for everything he has been doing for us. He's still doing in our lives. We were many that started this journey, but while we were having our dinner yesterday, when we counted those that have left us, they were more than 10. So we found it very worthy to come here today to say thank you, Lord Jesus.
Prayers were offered for them, their families, and businesses. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
It's 10 years since the passing of late Deaconess Victoria Omodion, a devoted servant of God, remembered for her life of faith, kindness, and unwavering commitment to God's work. A special Thanksgiving and memorial service, which attracted several dignitaries, was held in her memory at the Savior Apostolic Grace Mission, Benin City on Sunday. Donald Ahimie completes the story.
A spirit of gratitude and reflection filled the auditorium of the Savior Apostolic Grace Mission as worshippers celebrated late Deaconess Victoria Omodion on her 10-year memorial service. The service, marked by heartfelt prayers, soul-lifting songs, honored a woman fondly remembered for her dedication to God's work, compassion for others, and commitment to the growth of the church. In as Simon, General Overseer of Savior Apostolic Grace Mission, Apostle Barrister Goodwill Ibiezugbe described the late Deaconess as a pillar of faith whose impact continues to be felt within the church community and beyond.
The battle we fight can be an environmental battle. I see fought one, he won. It can also be a family battle. Joseph fought one, he also won.
Some of her children and grandchildren took turns to share touching testimonies of how her life influenced and inspired them.
She leaves a legacy that will last from generation to generation. I use the presence of leaves because she still lives.
she introduced us to Christianity, and since that time, she never turned her back. Based on that, I love her, and I love her, and I love her.
I'm remembering her for her goodness, her kindness, her love towards the family, the legacy she left behind, and I'm also doing a shout out to her.
I'm remembering her for the kind of life that she lived while she was alive. I want to say, Grandma, I love you. You continue to rest in God's perfect peace.
After the church service, a reception was held in her honor where guests were entertained and tributes were paid as stories of her kindness, generosity, and motherly role in the church were fondly recalled. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
The management of Abdullahi Fadio University of Science and Technology, Aliero, in Kebbi State, has ordered the immediate closure of the institution, directing all staff and students to vacate the campus without delay. In an official memo issued by the Office of the Registrar and Secretary to Council, the university announced that the shutdown takes immediate effect. The directive affects all categories of students, including postgraduates, undergraduates, diploma, remedial, and IJMB students. The notice signed by the registrar, Mamaro Tilly, instructed students to leave the university premises and further warned that the institution's security division has been mandated to evacuate any student found within the hostels or other restricted areas on campus. Students residing off campus, particularly in areas such as Gidan Rami, were also advised to vacate their residence. No official reason was provided for the sudden closure, and the university stated that the shutdown would remain in effect until further notice. And that's it on the news update for this time. Be sure to join us for more on the world news at 12 midday. TMI continues shortly with our TMI social segment with Chukwufunaya Adigwe in just a moment. Please stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chukwufunaya Adigwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, we begin with updates on the cases of rising insecurity in Nigeria. What's happening right now? What are the updates from the government? Now, first off, we see that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered the immediate withdrawal of police officers from VIP escorts for redeployment to undeserved communities. as insecurity deepens nationwide, highlighted by recent abductions in Kwara State that have forced the temporary closure of schools for safety. Now, this directive comes amid continued rural kidnappings, even as security forces confirm the rescue of 51 students and 38 worshippers in separate incidents. Now, to reinforce frontline response, Tinubu approved the recruitment of 30,000 new police personnel and upgrades to police training facilities, while VIPs will now depend on the NSCDC for protection. The development surfaces at a time when the president's absence from the G20 summit has drawn attention, with observers linking it to intensifying domestic security concerns. Now, on the next prompt we get to see on the screen is the State House press release by Bayo Onanuga, which is also the president's statement. It says President Tinubu orders the withdrawal of the police officers guarding VIPs for core police duties. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered the withdrawal of police officers currently providing security for very important persons in the country. Henceforth, police authorities will deploy them to concentrate on the core police duties. The presidential directive was issued at the security meeting President Tinubu held on Sunday with the police, Air Force, Army chiefs, and the Director General of the Department of State Services, DSS, in Abuja. Now, that picture you can see on your screen is the State House release in part. Now, let's get to see a video of the IGP of Police, Egbetu Okun, actually just giving a statement before this meeting with the president, and then we'll take reactions from the social media space.
What is new coming from the Nigerian police to really give momentum to this fight against insecurity?
Yeah. Okay. This emergency meeting of the service chief with the Inspector General of Police with Mr. President is to review recent incidents of abduction of school children in Kebbi and in Niger, an attack on vulnerable communities. Mr. President took briefings from all of us, and he's satisfied with our efforts so far. He's particularly happy with the recent development in Kwara, where all the 38 abducted victims from a church have all been rescued and reunited with their families. Mr. President went further to give orders to us, orders which include the immediate action to free the police from VIP protection and provide more men for the ongoing fight against.
What do you mean? What do you mean about the VIP protection?
Yeah, what I mean is that Mr. President gave direct order that immediately police.
Well, those are the words of the IGP of Police, Kayode Egbetu Okun, as regards this issue, the withdrawal of police personnel from VIPs and politically affiliated persons. Now, let's get to see how the social media space is reacting, not only as regards this, but also as regards the return of the abductees from, bandits' custody. First, we'll take the comments of Senator Shehu Sani, and he says withdrawal of police from VIPs is a good idea and good policy statement in view of the nation's urgent security needs, but it will only begin and end up as a statement. Let's see the next reaction. The next reaction reads, very interesting announcements coming from Mr. President on withdrawal of police from VIPs for core police duties. The statement also says, according to the presidential directive, VIPs who want police protection will now request well-armed personnel from the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. I stand to be corrected, but it seems this is the first time it is coming directly from the president himself, away from the regular IG announcements. Another comment now. This commenter, Kalu Aja, says, we all know this won't happen, so why issue the order and why publicize an order you know will be disobeyed? To score points, this order will be disobeyed and openly disobeyed by friends and associates of the president. Another comment. This next reaction goes on to say, while this is not the first time they are withdrawing police from VIPs, I believe this is the first time they are providing an alternative in civil defense. I'm hopeful that the order will work this time. The commanders in civil defense will start pricing new houses, though, because that means the revenue the police chiefs probably make goes to them now. Well, those are the comments we'll take as regards that particular story. Now, let's move on to the next social media issue that's trending and that people are reacting to. This one is as on 20 November 2025, a Federal High Court in Abuja sentenced Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB leader, to life imprisonment after convicting him on all 7 terrorism-related counts, including incitement, sit-at-home orders, and illegal radio broadcasts. Justice James Omotosho opted against the death penalty, citing mercy and global opposition to capital punishment, instead giving concurrent sentences, life for counts 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 20 years for count 3, and 5 years for count 7. The court also ordered that Kanu be held in protective custody, denied unsupervised access to digital services, and his Radio Biafra transmitter forfeited to the government. Kanu's team, including his consultant Aloy Ejimako, immediately announced plans to appeal, maintaining that his conviction was politically motivated. As you know, the social media space is abuzz about this one. It actually happened about 4 p.m. on Thursday, the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment. Now, let's get to see how the social media space is taking this very, very trendy news. We get to see the first comments coming from Peter Obi. It says, Kanu's conviction. At a time like this, the news of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's conviction should compel every well-meaning Nigerian to pause and reflect. This is coming at a time when our beloved nation is facing severe economic hardship, insecurity, and the consequence of poor governance. Rather than reducing tension, this unfortunate development may well only aggravate it. I have always maintained that Mazi Kanu should never have been arrested. His arrest, detention, and now conviction represent a failure of leadership and a misunderstanding of the issues at stake. Well, that is the comment of Peter Obi in part. Let's get to see other reactions. This next reaction says, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stood for Igbos. He stood against the injustice unleashed on Igbo people by Fulani herdsmen. Even though you may disagree with his approach, it doesn't warrant life imprisonment. This is an injustice. Let's see the final comments before we call it a wrap on TMI Socials this morning. Charles says, Nnamdi Kanu's life sentence raises red flags. Is silencing dissenting voices truly justice or a recipe for deeper division? Can a nation truly be united by force or by freedom of speech? Nigeria needs inclusive dialogue, not heavy-handed crackdowns. Now, that's a wrap for our stories on TMI Socials this morning, from the rising cases of insecurity in Nigeria, which was also the focal point of our discussions right here on TMI, to, of course, the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu. We go around the social and political space in Nigeria, reviewing what it is really saying. And here is where we draw the curtain on the show. I am Chukwufumnanya Digwe. Thank you so much for being a part of the program this morning. Also, thank you to our very insightful guests and viewership for joining in. Bye for now.
is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Certainly the best.
Thank you for joining me on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adesiwa Osawagie, and today on Woman to Woman we want to look at a very sweet topic, delicious if I may use that word, but it's a fantastic topic you don't want to miss. And we have titled today's edition of Woman to Woman, Understanding Boundaries, the power or the ability to refuse. Refuse what exactly? You need to stay by so that you will know what we are going to dish out for you, and the power to say no to quite a number of things. Christmas is around the corner, don't forget. And a lot of young girls, I'm not mixing words, will debut sex. Yes, they will debut sex. And how will that happen? Most of it is going to be a first one, not by choice? How do they say no so that this does not happen to them? For some careless parents, your children are going to come home with hair that you didn't buy for them, and you will not care to know how they got it. Some are going to come with clothes, baggage jeans, boyfriend jeans, all of that gin thing that you clearly did not buy. And these kids are not working, and most of them are going to be on the age, or maybe say, let's put the benchmark at 15 to 18 thereabout. And these things were not bought for them by you, your husband, relatives, or even family friends. So how did they get it? They will debut sex. And if you're not careful, they will, right under your nose. And how do you cop this? How do you nip it in the bud? How do you guide these young girls against debuting sex that they do not want to get into, but are either pressurized or forced to? How? That's why I have Mabel Adege in the studio this afternoon. And she is, should I call her the coordinator of Teen Guidance Initiative, Teens Guidance Initiatives. She is the originator or the creator or the CEO, anyone you want to put it, but now she put them down. And this is to enlighten girls on the dangers of things that may come their way if they are not careful. So Mabel, it's a pleasure to have you join us, and thank you for what you do for young girls.
Thank you.
You know, I saw you on Facebook and I was like, wow. The way we have beautiful women like this who are carrying our young girls like fire in their hearts. You're one of those persons, and I'm super proud of you.
Thank you.
All right, to our topic for today, Mabel. Girls are growing.
Yes,
girls are budding, small. Girls are changing, and some very dirty men are looking at them in a way that they are not supposed to look at them. Yes, now let's look at young girls and sex.
You know, when you were talking, I was just laughing. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Mabel, for coming.
As when you were talking, a lot of things, you know, started going through my mind. When I was growing up, I keep on saying this on a daily basis. My mom was not educated. She not even get primary 6 results.
But she gets certificate of born fine girl like you. Let's go on.
But what I went through, if it is now, I would have sued my mom. Because the way I was brought up, it was very hard. Let me just share part of it. It will help us. My mom, she has a table close to her room, like this very table close to her room, that once you go out and come back, she has a fixed date that she will lie her girls. We'll be on a queue like this. She will be checking one after the other to see if you are still a virgin.
Wow.
She will use this native egg. You will open your leg. In fact, you will lie down there and put it inside there and see if you are still a virgin. If you are not, you are gone. No. And God so much helped all of us to meet up with our expectations. Let me use that word. We all got married as a virgin. I'm saying this publicly.
Okay.
You get. If you go out, you know that where you are coming from, your home, your mother, she's not the type that tolerates nonsense. You will cooperate yourself. You will sit up. Even when you have the mind to do it. But if you remember that, there is always a day that they will check if you still have this thing. No, you will not misbehave. And another thing you said that made me to remember something again. When we were growing up, you dare not wear clothes that she did not buy for you. There was a day that we were going somewhere. My friends told me, "Na trouser one wear." I don't get trouser because my mom will never buy for you. And I said, okay, my friend now brought one trouser. And I took the trouser to my sister. I hope your mother is listening or watching this program. You're in trouble. And I took the trouser to my mom's sister's, that's my auntie's place. I kept the trouser there. I tied wrapper and I went out. When I got there, not to, even as you are wearing, as you are coming out, you are watching. If my mom will see you, that was the.
So or you broke the rule.
Or maybe you will go outside. You will not come back late. Or some guys will not come and check you at home. You are gone. She will ask you what happened to your gender. Why this guy? Now let you just date this community when he come for. Okay, this school where you say she's your classmate, she's this. What about others classmates? Oh, is you, eh?
Why didn't you go to those
You
people?
are gone. I just feel at this stage, mothers, they have a big role to play.
Okay, you know, mothers of those days and mothers of these days are not really operating on the same pedestal.
Yes.
Mothers of those days had time. And things were not this difficult. Today, a woman wants to get married. The first thing the man asks is, what are you going to bring to the table? You get it. So a woman is working, a man is working. In our society today, you see that 50% of homes, you have women as the breadwinners. You know, circumstances may be so.
Right.
All right, we have about 50% of women who are breadwinners. All right, and they are working morning, night, to make ends meet.
Yes,
most of these women don't really have that kind of time that our mothers had. They don't have. So what can today's woman do to help our daughter who is not ready, for intimate relationship? What can that mother do to help this daughter stay safe?
Okay, even though we have a lot of working class women nowadays, I think there's still a way out.
What is that way out? That
and
is
number one is to have, in a week, you cannot tell me Monday to Sunday you are busy. You should have a particular day set outside to always have meeting with your children. Communicate with them. Talk to them. Have open communication with them. Talk about sex education. Don't hide it. You know those days when we were growing up, my mom would say, if any man touch you,
you don't get belly.
You don't get belly. Mama, it was later I discovered that it is not touching that causes pregnancy. It's not touching now. Why hiding all these things from us? Why hiding it from your children? Hit the name on the head. It is not touching. Let them know that there is something beyond touching. You keep on telling your children, if man touch you, you'll get better. It took me a long time that even that time, if you want to touch me, I go dress. Because I feel say as you don't touch me, I go miss my period the next day. It is not touching that causes pregnancy. Do you know why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know why? What happened during their time is not what is happening in this Gen Z generation. You will see 20 years old girl, her body count is already 20, if not even more than. But those days, will you try it? Even our time, and I told you, the guidelines that my mommy placed on ground, that you dare not cross it. If you do it...
How many women have that time today?
That was the reason I said there is still time if you don't want disgrace. If you... It's even obvious that a lot of women, that disgrace self, now they are powder. Because girl come out now, you buy parfait, one. You are angry as a mother. Why did you not buy two? Why one? Is your child working? I think last week I was telling one of my friends, I was like, Osas, see people just they wear bow straight coils everywhere. We won't be saying with they work. Fear not they let us buy hair.
You're right.
I go calculate, so I will do instrumental payment, they deposit for months before I can buy it. Thank God for people thank God for those people selling that allowed instrumental payment. But nowadays, Mama, as you are even there depositing 20,000, you will see a young girl that will come and drop 300 that carry her. She will pay cash. My friend now said, you know go cover your eye. One night they don't buy those.
Where did they get this money from?
To stand whatever, they don't pay for those things. But you are working, waiting for monthly salary.
You know, I boarded a taxi one day and we're going, and then when we check the tariff, I said, okay. And then the guy said, madam, you will add something to me. I said, why? Is this not what your tariff says? I'll pay you what I owe you. when I get to my destination, I say, no, if it's one of these Gen Z girls now, they will just give you something big. I said, what did you say? So one of these Gen Z girls now, just one phone call, they're making 150,000. And somebody was saying that there's this little girl, barely 18, who stays around her areas, who charges between 200 and 250,000 naira for hookup. How did we get it wrong?
Do you know that?
Why are mothers encouraging disgrace?
If you are not doing it to, like some women, if you are their child and you are not even doing these things, you don't know anything.
I don't understand these things that you're saying. What are they doing? You
if you are not doing the
hookup, you just said hit the nail on the head. So
if you are not doing hookup, you don't have a Yahoo boyfriend. Do you even know even girls of nowadays, Mama? They are not ready for dating, courtship.
Stop making me feel old. Call me Adesua.
Oh, Auntie Ade. They don't like dating. We see some on social media on daily basis.
They don't want to date.
They will tell you, I'm not available for dating. Hookup is okay. I want to go into it. Why? Because just one night, they will have everything. They will have the money that even civil servants, senior civil servants will not earn in a month.
Let me tell you something. Let me break your heart further. Do you know that these are young girls are seeing all of these things? Because these girls will do what they want to do. They come on TikTok to flaunt it. And our young ones, they use phone.
Yes.
And they are seeing all of these. They are copying all of these. How do we save them? How do we help them? You remember once upon a time where a 10-year-old girl or so, a 10-year-old girl was doing had a sex video. You remember that time?
I'm trying to remember.
This small girl, I think between 10 and 11 or so, had a sex video.
Yes, I remember.
She had a TikTok page
Yes.
then. She was just 10. And she already knew what sex is. So you know that a lot of our children know what sex is already. But how do we help them?
But
how do we save them?
Man, I want to also let you know that all these children we are talking about, these teenagers that are already aware of sex life, I can tell you 80% of them learnt it from outside, not from their mother. Because we try to hide the truth from them. See, once your child is 10 years old, start lecturing or teaching that child about sex education.
I think 10 is even too far
It's
with the
too
kind of
far.
things we're seeing in our society today.
It's too far. And I will always tell you, the problem will always go back to we mothers. We should monitor our children. Okay, your child wants phone, you will just give. There is no boundaries, no password, nothing. We don't use password because you want to keep secrets. We also use password on our phones because you want to hide some things from your children. Because even nowadays, even when you don't even have some naked or whatever on your phone, they will always pop up on your phone.
Yes, they do.
Just on their own. So restrict your children from phone until they get to that age, 18 years. Your child wants to do assignment, be there. Don't worry, when I come, you will use my phone and do it. Make sure you are the one monitoring, you are the one typing it. You are the one helping her to get the answer that she wants.
Okay, another thing that parents don't do these days is that 3-letter word sex is an abomination for some parents to talk about it.
Yes.
I remember vividly at a forum, I offered to come talk sex with the girls. And I saw the way some parents reacted. No, 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 no. My child does not do anything. No. I don't want anybody to corrupt my child. And on and on and on and on. I asked the question, does your child watch TV when you're not there? Do they watch movies when you're not there? Do they use your phones when you're not there? It was even a man who was protesting and he said yes. I said, good, I rest my case. You understand?
Yes.
He should use his tongue to count his teeth or use his teeth to count his tongue, whichever one he wants to do. So this so much abominable word that is destroying our children today, how can parents talk to their children about it? And is it only a mother who should talk to the children about sex, or is it also a father's business?
Did you know why I keep on focusing on women.
No, because bad pikin na mama get am.
Na mama get am.
Okay.
The good one. I remember one time, you know, my child did something that was very wrong. The next thing, my husband say, "Na me make the pikin do am," and it was not me at all. And I can tell you this, you know, when a child is good, it's for the father. But when the child is bad, now the mama, they will even tell you your mother no, your mama no, like you don't have home bringing. You get. I just feel that at this stage, if you know your husband is too busy, you don't have choice than to do the work of a mother and a father.
Maybe let's take a short break here. When we come back, you come and tell us exactly how a mother should talk sex with the child, the words that she should use. Whether she should say, when Peter went to Jerusalem, or, you know the way mothers are, they dance around circles, but what is happening is happening. We'll take a very short break now. When we come back, she will tell us how to go about it. All right, guys, we're still here doing our thing as women on Woman to Woman, and Mabel is about to tell us how you can gather your children together, particularly the female. We're not leaving the male child now, particularly your female children, how you can talk to them about sex. Not between of quarrel, not between of when a man holds you, you get pregnant. That is not it. All right, so she's going to be telling us at least a few steps before we round up. So Mabel, ball is in your court.
I'm here. Okay, I think, you know, when we were talking, I said they should always have meeting. Parents should always have meeting with their children. If you are the busy type, at least once in a week. When you gather them, tell them about sex education. Tell them, you see this sex we are talking about is not for you, but this is how it is. The reason why you need to tell them, as you are telling them about the sex, also tell them the consequences of unplanned sex. Because if you don't tell them the consequences, they might go and practice it. So when you tell them the consequences, it will put fear in them. So also remind them, when you are talking to them, also remind them about their goal and aspiration. When you tell them that, oh, you want to be a doctor, they will say yes. You want to be a lawyer, okay. You cannot become all of that if you get pregnant along the line.
Okay, that's one line I want to take you up on, because this has happened. If you get pregnant, and a girl got pregnant along the way, and her friends helped her to terminate it. And it was the mother who got to know about it last when complications came up. So, in telling them the consequences, shall we not also tell them that sex is not for them?
Yes, definitely you will tell them sex is not for you. That is the reason, as you are telling them sex is not for you, you will tell them, if you do this, this is the consequences. You will tell them, me in a way, but it's not 100%, you have to put fear in them. Because we have seen a lot of children who got pregnant along the line, their parents never rejected them.
Is putting fear in them not a problem in itself? Because see, they have all of these gadgets. They have phones. Even if they don't have phones, they have friends. But they have friends who will tell them. They have friends who have already debuted sex and are not happy that their friends are still, how do they call them now? They have this name they call them. You know, they are still, I don't know, I can't remember this word now, but there's this word that they use. This one over open eye, that kind of a thing. They have debut sex. Do you know that there are young girls, 15, 16, 13, who are in the business of recruiting their friends for boys?
Yes, a lot of them.
And then they get a percentage of whatever the boy is going to give to the girl. Do you know there are girls like that?
We have a lot of them. That is why, as a parent, you will keep on talking. It's not just a day one, as in one day, a day thing. You advise your children this November. You will say, oh, I've spoken with them now. That's all. If you like, you hear. If you like, not hear, now your life. No. You talk today, tomorrow. You will keep on talking until they get to that phase in life where you want them to.
You know, naturally, mothers were harsh.
Yeah.
So what manner of approach are mothers supposed to use to talk to their daughters?
Be your daughter's best friend.
Nada here.
Be your daughter's best friend. Be a friend that your daughter cannot do without you. If anything happens, okay, look at what happened. I don't know if we have time. I did a video before I came here today. There was a story that came to my table today. One woman had 3 children. Another man was molesting them through anus.
3 children?
Yes.
Oh my God.
The children, they finally find out under that man's roof was 16 children. Not big girls, so 16 boys, teenage boys. From
it was sodomizing them.
Like, do you know one died along the line because his born private part was now getting swollen on a daily basis. It was hospital they discovered it. But one woman inside among all these reports, 3 of her children were part of this thing. But she never discovered it one day. Even to the extent that it was, the woman is a tailor, I will not mention name. It was one of her girl in the shop that now said, the way this your son is working is unusual. Like, this is not how he used to work. Her anus was not paining him. He cannot walk well. The mother never discovered it. If that child was your best friend,
how is it possible?
He will relate to you and say, "Mommy, look at what is going on." But because you are harsh, you are violent, you want to pass all your message with fight and fire, they won't get anything. Like person like me, personally, if you shout at me, I will not get any message you want to pass to me.
All right, maybe time is not our friend. I wish we could go on and on and on. Let's just round this up now with you saying one sentence or one statement to that mother who is finding it difficult to talk about sex to the child, who is finding it difficult to teach her child how to set boundaries, who is finding it so difficult to teach her child to have a voice to speak up, to say no and mean it.
Well, I will say be your child's best friend, whether male or female. Be so much close to them that they can relate anything to you. And one word I will not forget to say, make sure you spend money on your children, so that they will not go outside and get it. And also make sure that as a mother there is peace in that home. Because if they don't have peace, they will go out there and get the peace.
All right, people, this is it for today on the program. Try and be your children's best friend as a mother, because you are that very first person the child knows. So be your child's best friend. Create as much time as you can for your child and try to observe your children. And don't be judgmental when they talk to you, so that you will be able to help them set boundaries, have a voice to say no, and mean it. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So today on Viewpoint, let's talk about the insecurity that has been affecting Nigeria as a country and how it affects our economy, our agricultural sector, and most importantly, our means of livelihood.
Security is the most important element if you are talking about whether state development or national development. No investment can thrive when there is no guaranteed security. And I don't think any economy can grow. I don't think any country can do well if the security architecture of that country is not such that it's able to arrest things that will make investors scared to put their investments in that very environment. And then on the issue of Donald Trump, some people say it's threatening Nigeria, but I don't think it's threatening Nigeria. The issues raised that led to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War of the United States wanting to come to Nigeria. Those issues, are they real? Those are the questions to ask. The killings, are they real? Is there massacre of people, whether Christians or non-Christians? I don't believe that the people that are doing it, that they are Muslims, because I don't know that Islam does not encourage killings. So for them to think that they are on some mission for God in quotes, and nobody has been able to stop them. We have a country where the security agencies have not been able to curb these things for so many years. 8 years of Buhari is gone. We are post 2 years now into Tinubu administration. That's 10 years. And in a country like Nigeria, you still see where they will show you on video where people are being killed and buried. The question when some people talk, the question I always ask them is it because those that are affected are not directly related to it? So I think that the American government, coming out to say that if Nigeria cannot solve it, they want to come and solve it. I think it's a wake-up call on one, the president who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the chief security officer of Nigeria, to either do the needful and let every Nigerian feel protected within our country.
As of today, obviously insecurity has become a thing of concern for every Nigerian. And primarily from our own research, I personally have realized that the insecurity is given birth to by Nigerians themselves, in line with the high rate of corruption in the system. Insecurity can only reduce when the corruption level is reduced. The primary cause of insecurity in our society is lack of consequences to crime. So if there are consequences, as we all know, the Nigerians are very good in abiding to laws when there is consequences to the crime they commit. So the Nigerians are very good in taking advantage of loopholes when there is no consequences to their crime. If you pay attention to Nigerians that are in diaspora today, you realize that 80% of them are very law-abiding over there. The primary reason for that is because in the Western world, the consequences to crime is not negotiable. So, but coming back home today, we all have seen it, taking a negative toll on our society, and we all are, affected by it in one way or the other. Talking about foreign intervention to Nigeria, we all, I wouldn't say we all know, but for me, it is obviously clear that this was expected at a point. It's in two ways. One way is because of the applications of the current federal government, the steps they are taking to boycott American. The country we are living in right now is a one-party system. And obviously, it's not healthy for the country. We see governors, everybody moving to APC today. So Nigeria is in the state of in the state of surgery. So we need a surgery at this point, because a society that does not have a competitor is as good as doomed.
What Abai will say right now is concerning the herdsmen that come to our community here. Those are real cow. They normally come with their cow to eat people cross here in my community here. They used to come with their cow, instead of them to move along the road so that their cow will not eat grass from the road. They will take those cows to the people's farm in community. They will be eating their cross. Some will have cassava, some will have yam. Those cows will not destroy those cross in their farm. Many occasions, those people that will come to me started explaining what is going on in their farm concerning the herdsmen with their cow. We don't want such a thing from the community. The way they are damaging people crossing here in community is very bad. Also, in our secondary school in Umtekon here is very bad. There is no window in those school, no door. There are some iron shed that those children are using to sit in the school. Some boys, we don't know them, they will go there, destroy those shed, pack those iron and bend it, fold it and take it to somewhere they will go and sell those iron. It's the iron that they are taking from the shed. They will remove the wool that the children will use supposed to write in school. Then we remove those one away from the shed. Then we fold the iron, take it away to go and sell it to wherever they want to sell it. We doesn't want such a thing in community. We are still pleading, we are begging so that they can also support us. It's supposed the school is well available for us. The school is well built. Those windows have been fixed. Those doors have been fixed. By the time those door or window are being locked, I believe that they can never go there and be stealing those iron share in school.
First and foremost, let me start with how it affects our livelihood. You will discover that when farmers can no longer access their farms, they can no longer cultivate crops, you find out that there is food shortage and there is food insecurity. People will be hungry and the few crops or agricultural products, the price will skyrocket, which will result in inflation. And if the prices of foodstuff increase, every other thing will increase to catch up with the prices of foodstuff. You'll find out that when there is insecurity, people can no longer travel. You find out that you see situations where buses are stopped and everybody is kidnapped. How will people do interstate and intercity economic matters or businesses? You find out that everyone is holed up in his own state or in his own city without being able to do cross-country businesses. And again, you find out that foreign investments run away from countries or places where there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity or fear of the unknown, money flies away. People start taking out their finances, their investment, and running away from that country. That is the problem Nigeria is facing, and it is not good for our economic development. And if need be, what stops us from asking for help? If your house is on fire and only you cannot quench the fire, will you not call in neighbors to help? I have spoken against his rhetoric before, but we should look beyond how he speaks. We all know Donald Trump, he will always be Trump. But we must look beyond that and see how we can be helped. Now, Donald Trump seems to have the list of people who are behind this mess that we are in. And so everyone is jittery. But Nigeria needs help. And if help is coming, we should accept it so that these bandits, these headsmen can be driven away. We must not play politics with our security. If we need help, we should accept help.
Insecurity in Nigeria ranges between banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and of course, these ethnic clashes. We cannot rule that one out. Also, the farmer herders herdsmen clashes, we can also rule it out. And the fact remains that these have been so predominant in the north and southeast of Nigeria. And I think of recent, we started experiencing kidnapping in the south. Before now, at the advent of the democratic system in this era, there was this militants in the south. But I think at the moment, what we are experiencing now one can only say that there is other hidden agenda which is not visible to the understanding of the natural man, because we discovered that in the north a lot of religious crisis, so to say, because we see the Christians are being killed almost on daily basis, churches are burnt, and of recent, the United States of America alerted us that there is, of course, genocide, the massacre of the Christians in Nigeria, of which we are not ignorant of that fact, because it has been always on the news. In Benue, in Plateau, of course, Nasarawa, Borno, Adamawa, where the Christian Association of Nigeria chairman of that state was also killed. I think as it stands, the effect is so devastating. For example, you are going to discover that, especially in the northern region, there's going to be restriction of movements, transportation. Of course, also in the south, because you cannot move so freely, because fear of being kidnapped is there, and this herdsmen issue, because like in our community of recent, we saw some of these people also creating some problem, resulting in killings, and of course, those things are likely to have adverse effects on our economy, and of course, in the movement of citizens.
Insecurity is affecting our culture, is affecting food production, short of food, short of yams. At the same time, years back, we see yams everywhere, plantains everywhere, and all that. So, if I may say, but Nigerians are a nation, country, and we also have a stake. But since our government are proving the otherwise, what do you expect us to do? Everywhere insecurity. Benin City, where we are, those security, Fulani X-Men everywhere, Tiala and all those terrorist group and all that. Not until they browned these bandits as terrorists, I think they won't do anything about it. And to a large extent, they're being funded by powers on high. At this point, Nigerians are helpless, and that's the gospel truth. We're helpless. The nation is on the standstill, nothing is working. Nothing at all is working. And so, if now our president is beginning to wake up and ask for assembly, it's the right call towards the right direction. They should wake up and do something. Because for too long, I think some persons are making profit out of this banditry and whatever is going on, this so-called Boko Haram and all that. How can you have in a nation, in a country that we are, Nigeria, our nation, we have no other country, whether we travel to America, wherever, we're still Nigerians. Just imagine, in this same nation, we have Sharia law. Does it make any sense? I will say we want Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if we are Nigerians anymore. I don't know the right word to say. And I think the Northerners, it's high time they wake up to know we are Nigerians. We are one Nigeria, one nation. Nigeria is not for me alone, it's not for the North, it's not for the Igbos, it's not for the Yoruba, it's not for the Edos, it's not for the Shekiri or Jaws or whatever. It's for everybody. And when we wake up to that responsibility, I think and I believe Nigeria will go forward.
The security of life and property and the welfare of the citizenry is the primary obligation, the duty of the government as enshrined in our Constitution, particularly under Chapter 2, precisely Section 14, Subsection 2B, where it says that the government's primary responsibility shall be to provide welfare of the citizens and security of lives and property. And that, be that as it may, it seems that our security issue has lingered for such a long time, that it begins to give some inferences, that people are beginning to infer that there's more to it. There are people who are cashing out on this, our insecurity, which shows that it's being politicized. There's more to it. Because in my own honest view, I think that whatever challenge we have in this insecurity can squarely be handled and tackled by the government, except that they are having some cold feet, probably because of some of their interests or inordinate benefits they are getting from it. Otherwise, if they are set to tackle insecurity, who are these insurgents that you cannot suppress? But because there are political motives, there are selfish, objectives, there are people who are making it here and there. I mean, insecurity or kidnapping and banditry have come in the realms of billions now. They now ask people for ransom in billions, in hundreds of millions. So it has become very profitable to indulge in. So people have been encouraged to get into it because government has provided a veritable ground for it to fester. So now I think that since Nigeria is a sovereign nation, foreign intervention cannot happen. America cannot invade Nigeria without incurring the wrath of the international community. But as a sovereign nation, your internal affairs are to be managed and handled by you and not to another nation. But America being the number one world police of all the nations, you don't expect them to fold their hands and watch the gory scenes that are flowing out from Nigeria every day, where people are being beheaded recklessly and ruthlessly, where people's lives have been turned upside down, people have been maimed and brutalized, people have been chased away from their ancestral homes, and nothing is being done, despite the amount of budget, huge, humongous money they've been budgeted for fighting insecurity. It ends up in private courts. And, the kind of, when you fight a war, that those who are fighting it are part of it, it becomes difficult to win. But most of the people fighting insurgency and insecurity are part of the problem. So that's why it becomes a problem. So I don't think that it is impossible for America to invade Nigeria. It has happened in the past.
We blame first the federal government and the state government, not only Edo State. It's no more news. We are aware how the bandit came into Nigeria. I would not want to dwell on it too much. It affects the community, even the rural area. Farmers that are even farming on their own inside my farm. I have almost 50 laborers. Do you know if I didn't employ security people, that village would not have been going to farm at all. And yet we are not feeling the impact of either the state government or the federal government. This place is a bit fair. What of Benue and Plateau? The government should wake up.
For a very long time now, the issue of our insecurity, has been quite alarming. Yes, as a nation that is suffering insecurity, the economy of such a country is going to be stagnated. As a country is also seeking to grow our economy, it is also very important that investors from around the world are attracted to invest into the economy. And then let's also look at our citizens. If there's unrest regarding, if the liberty of the people is being threatened, there's no how people can go about their daily endeavors. Right now, it's also the pressing issue that farmers no longer go to their farms at will because of the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, which is a major problem in our current society. It is also to that effect that we as human rights activists within our own capacity are trying out to the government to ensure that the right security apparatus is being employed, and then that the government of the day is trying to focus more their energy is being channeled to address the issues of insecurity as the ultimate unrest in our nation. Well, with no reasons to dispute that Nigeria currently is going through this stage, like you rightly said. But then, as a president of a country which we believe should also be inclined to international law, we see it as a disrespect, to Nigeria as a sovereign state. Yes, before we engage, there are rules of engagement. If Nigeria as a sovereign nation is in one way or the other having a bilateral agreement or a diplomatic agreement with the U.S., inviting the U.S. government to intervene in our issue, then it will be a different case. And then the reasons why I, as a person, which I'm also entitled to my opinion, will not support that effort is because the United States, when it comes to military intervention, has a very poor record, because we've seen instances of countries where they intervene and such countries were left in ruin, and Libya is a forceful example in Africa.
Amid insecurity that is currently affecting Nigeria as a country and its citizens, with different reactions from our respondents, who also called on the federal government to do the needful to boost the security of lives and properties of citizens. They also reacted and made reference to the intervention statement made by the United States of America's President Donald Trump, calling it a welcome development, and it should also be something that should be welcomed by the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, set certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
It's another exciting time on Heritage with your sincerely Oloije Oyikohai, bringing you closer to your culture and tradition. That is what we know how to do best. Now, talking about culture and tradition, Okada Town, the administrative headquarters of Ovia North East local government area, witnessed a significant milestone event with the initiation ceremony of age grade tradition held for individuals born within a specific age range. So right now, let's go over to Ovia North East to go see what they have for us today on Heritage Dangunaware.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwuyi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Overo, Ovesniagbe, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony, with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained. In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
sign us. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, where are you here? Is that where you not over? Yes. You not do so much. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? What's my dear? It's
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Look, Caliban, what you know, that we said. Who paid you? Who paid you? Papa. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa maboma. Awe huwe dine. Ejo wuki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa wangi wala. Bawe kwa ba. Ojo wuki. Kaja de nena ya de wuki.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Igbenedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
The celebrant of today, Ogbede Uwenfwe, is a very bosom friend of mine. He's also a colleague. I had known him for over 30 years and we have maintained a very close relationship. As a cultural enthusiast that I am, event of this nature, I'm always very grateful to God to be part of it. Unique and historic in all respects. Nothing can be more of a joy to anybody when you are recognized in your community. Firstly, today he is admitted into the rank of the elders. That means he dine, wine, and share opinion with the elders. So he's no longer the baby of yesterday. And we have also admonished him to say that he must know that today's investiture is a call to service and a call to greater responsibility. I'm most grateful to God for the privilege of being part of this event.
I'm one of those that have been elevated. I'm really used, but today I'm happy being another in Okada. Yes. It's a thing of joy. And our daddy's environment to come attack him, facilitate with him for the Lord he has done for us with the Okadians. Daddy has tried for us. We will continue to serve him. It's a pleasure.
Wayawa Wesu Odion Lima, Okada Zima, Esama Zima, Buna Zima, Obana Zima, Manawe, Mario Sama, Jonena, Limado Pome Sama, Limado Beken Sama, Emana Dio Warena, Esama, Magbeken, Osaba, Obuya Bitone, no get Tony Maga, not Yami Magame. Manido gbekene de na ima yafe ima ato ima agbo oropa ewu dori ima adi awore ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi madame we need just question on me afa
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level as tradition demands we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osayene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
All right, you will agree with me. It certainly has been an exciting time today on Heritage, looking at the initiation ceremony. We say congratulations to each and every one of them. Yes, talking about our tradition and our culture. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Heritage from Ovia Northeast Local Government Area here in Edo State. We're saying to have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you as a citizen must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omao Gyukbo. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakpolo. Big thanks for always having time to be part of the show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. We have a system that needs to, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That is what democracy is. And now government is a machinery of governance. So those who are in government, they are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government, the governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public funds without being accountable to it.
Okay, do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, backing on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I say a disconnect because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also demand practice of the separation of power, which is spelled out of and enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6, is all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, make laws, and of course while the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, interpret and settle disputes, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm under the system we operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards executive?
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the Constitution does spell out how...
It's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about Section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it is not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there. Is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with specific reference to the National Assembly, who approves all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government, how they be able to administer those laws, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative, both the Senate and the House of Representatives now at the federal level, and the state houses of assembly at the state level, and the legislative arm of government at the local government level, who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is abysmal. It's a near zero. Abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Obakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Obakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to, explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, but that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the right, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for information. And note, what are those? What is these exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fund, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy. Well, section 25, it cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there, gradually we'll get there. But let's explore what you just said. You have a way of troubling my mind. And of course, I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. A situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically, establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done, in terms of accountability. And then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot, explore, in details or directly or, totally from that same, function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. Because...
But when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law, or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that may, they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, is seeking for in the law? I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not. That may not be. That cannot be removed from that fact.
Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it. Seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to electoral acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you not say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety? That is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Acts provide for exemptions. And those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19, with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act. And that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now, you can see that even that law, the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states, but not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government. And that what you have to get it from the Accountant General of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carry out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a crime where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it?
Do they have access?
Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
For individuals, citizens, group of citizens, to now make application.
Yeah, because it's
get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yes.
Okay. Okay, but how fluid or how accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in Section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into, the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to, access, remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can, make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to, satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their still worship. And that will be done basically, next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to, look into oversight functions, of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to, help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have oversight functions to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally, and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But well, that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How would that be carried out? So, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to me.
My name is Philip Omar Gupon. We'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade and daily living in Benin City. Today, we take you to the ever-bustling Oluku Market, one of Edo's busiest open-air markets, where thousands of buyers and sellers meet daily. In recent times, the prices of staple food have continued to fluctuate, affecting both the traders and families. On this edition, we focus on two everyday essentials, rice and beans. From daily meals to festive dishes, these grains remain a constant presence in Nigerian kitchens. We'll find out the current prices in a local market, the factors behind the recent changes, and how traders and consumers are adapting.
Beans and brown beans na the same price. Because of brown beans cost past this one. This one back now 120. This one 140, 130. You go see. A local beans and brown beans na the same price.
But this small one, it get the one we be say be only white, we be say not be different color like this.
Na Sokoto beans.
So how much is that one?
Sokoto beans, because of na new one, you go see 80, 90.
For bag.
For bag.
So this brown beans, how much did they sell the rubber?
Rubber, they say 4,000, 3,800. Last Friday.
What of the white one?
White beans, they say 3,200, 3,000.
Last price. This one is still the same price with this one because
yes, not the same price.
So how much the rice now?
Rice different. I get mango rice, I get wow rice, I get costos, I get otimo.
If they show us why we be mango, why we be
mango na ain't go from for this one. They say rubber 5,500 last Friday. This African king, they say 4,000.
Okay.
Wow rice.
This one be wow rice.
And the wow rice.
Okay.
They say 6,000 last Friday.
Like saying that the wow rice 90 pass.
Yes.
So how much did they sell? How much did they carry out for bag?
Bag for wow rice. Wow rice back now 120. Now in cost pass. Mango rice 80,000. This one 60,000 for African king.
This will be the cheapest rice.
Cheap. Cheap rice na Gerawa. get on 58,000.
For the bag. 3,000 for the bag. So
Yes.
how much na person they carry all this bag of rice
Before I be before. Before they carry 80, 85.
Okay.
Now so I they carry them before.
This wow will be one something. How much they carry before?
Before 100k. Now I go carry them. Now because of increase. Wow now go to pass for the rice. So. Now
But wow not before foreigners.
Wow na Nigeria for it. Amma because of good pass for it, now cost pass any rice.
But this wild rice, wait, now they because I not to the year of wild rice before. They just new introduce them.
If you eat the wow rice, you know they eat any rice because of for in wow rice they sweet the rice.
How do they buy them before for markets like compared to now?
Before now I'm 40. Because of now you don't come down. New one now you don't come out. Now you don't receive money small.
How much they carry for market?
Yes. For market now. For bag or rubber.
For bag. For bag they buy now.
Bag now 120.
120 and before now like 140.
Yes.
So it don't reduce now.
It don't reduce now, yes.
But
Because of now
they complain now or as na still they sell them.
For
the rice and the beans.
facing the
Like customer now walk up there and I see they complain say this is still there on the outside.
and now only facing they talk and say this it don't come down, This it don't come down now only small. It don't come down.
Prices don't increase, I don't reduce.
Yeah, they don't reduce more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how is it how your bag of rice they sell the different type?
This one is foreign rice. Now we dey buy 85,000.
Okay.
Nigeria, this one red we dey buy 70,000. This one mango rice we dey buy 75. We have a wow we dey buy 105 wow.
Okay. So how much do they sell rubber for this one?
Rubber this one we dey sell at 6,055. We dey selling it.
How much you sell at last?
Last manage we dey sell at 55.
So mango rice, how much do they sell the rubber?
Rubber last manage we dey sell at 43.
4,300
Yeah.
last.
Yes.
Then they sell at 4,000.
No, mango no dey sell. This one we dey sell at 4,000.
4,000.
Yeah, ready go.
So how you dey sell beans? Beans too. The price is don't reduce.
Yeah.
Compared to rice.
Before now they don't increase.
You don't increase them.
Yes.
How you dey sell your white beans for rubber?
White beans we dey sell rubber 3 manage we dey sell at 3.2. You know say the beans is different beans.
Yeah. So brown beans can be how you dey sell?
Brown beans we dey sell at 4,000 for the rubber. Uloka we dey sell at 4,000. Uloka. Yeah.
So how you dey carry the bags for the beans? The white one, the brown one, and the local?
White one we dey carry 120
For bag.
to back full back 120 125. Yeah.
And brown one.
Brown we dey carry 130 135.
That's of the local.
Uloka the same price with the brown beans 130 135. Uloka with Uloka.
How market been and how the business of rice be?
They fine now, so the rice
The prices don't go up, I be still they don't come down.
it don't come down well well.
Okay. So how you they sell the different rice? How you take this? How you take they carry for bag?
The bag, okay, the bag from 58 to 65,000 to 70 to from 58 to 95 there.
How much they carry wow for bag?
Wow for bag, different day. For Mission Road size na 98,000.
Okay.
For this size na 102,000.
So how you take they sell rubber?
Rubber na
Like this rubber now, if you want to sell, how much?
So you see get different now. This one 4,000 there, for 5 there, 6,000 there.
Okay, for the different type of rice.
Yes.
Okay. So this one, how you take the sell?
This one 6,000, 6,500, 7,000 to 9,000.
This one for wow, now how much?
This one for our 9,000 naira. Last price 9,000.
You know if you price and price that one.
No. 9 be the last.
So this one for wow, last now how much?
6,000 only. Pofori one 5,500.
So this one I see the same price.
And at the same time is down.
So how you say they sell beans?
Beans 3,000 there, 3,200 there, 3,500 there. The local beans now 4,035. The brown one now 4,000 last.
For rubber?
Yeah.
So but if you want to sell them, they sell beans with this rubber?
Yes, no.
So how much do they sell for this?
5,003, 5,000 naira.
Brown beans for this one how much?
6,000.
White one?
Local 5,500.
Okay. So how much do they carry the bag of brown beans?
The bag of brown beans 135.
235,000.
135.
How much did they carry before?
Before now 140 something, 150 something.
Okay, so that means you don't come down small.
Yes, it don't come down now.
So white
the white one ain't come down fast.
How much did they carry now?
Now 110,000.
How much did they carry before?
Before now 135, 140.
That means beans don't really come down.
Yes, no.
Ulokan, I see the same thing.
Ulokan, I see the same for white one.
The same thing with white one.
With white one, man.
Okay. This, you know, say Uloka get two different types.
Yes, now new one 35, old one 4,000. Now I tell you before now.
Okay. For the so how much did they sell cup?
Cup for Uloka,
rice?
okay, for rice 400, 350, 450, 500.
So depending on the rice. So which one be the highest?
The highest now wow rice now be the 500.
500 for one
yes,
cup.
For
so the lowest now?
The lowest now 350.
For one cup?
Yeah.
What about beans for cup?
Beans 300, 350.
300, 350, not past that two price?
Yeah.
This bag of rice is 8,500 naira. Well, we also have different type of rice. We have the one we sell for 72,000, 60,000, 65,000. The way your money go take reach, we go give you. Still get the half bag we sell for 32,000. Get the one we sell for 16,000. Anyhow your money reach, you see they sell rubber 4,000, 4,500. Anyhow your money reach, we go sell them for you.
So which one be the cheapest rice?
Cheapest rice now that I have 60,000.
What's the name of the rice?
African King.
So the bag na 60,000.
Yes.
So how much do they sell for rubber?
Rubber na 4,000 they sell.
So that means half bag when sell can be like 30,000.
Yes.
So the prices of rice now, the one that they carry and compared to what it be before, it don't increase.
No, it don't come down. Rice don't come down recently. Yes.
Not there the way affected there before.
It don't come down.
So how much na affected they carry? If you know like how much affected they carry bag of rice compared to the one that they carry now.
Yeah, everything does see come down small. Yes. That from our first 60 something, but it does see come down. It gets this thing ready, but I don't get that now. I know 72,000 before, but I don't say now it does see come down. Yes. Mango before now 80 something thousand, 170,000 before. Oh, but it does see come down to 72,000 for mango rice. Yes.
What about wow?
Wow. No, I don't get wow now.
But you know how much they sell?
No, but I don't say it could also come down because rice don't recently come down.
Okay. So how much now they say cup of rice?
Cup na 400 naira.
That one at the lowest amount?
Yes, right they say.
How the rice market be now? Prices don't go up, I be still there, it don't come down.
I get where you don't come down, I get where you don't go up.
Okay.
Yes, I get the new one where you don't come down. 50 something, I get down 60 something.
So how much they sell bag, like the different bags? How you say they sell them?
Different bag, I get 60,000, I get 65, I get 80.
Okay, so the highest amount now, which rice they say? Wait, be say dear pass or the rest for bag?
Wait, dear pass. That one wow rice. Now they reach 100,000.
Okay.
Yes, I get mango now 80,000. I get Optimo 60,000. I get African King 58.
Okay.
I get the Mama Africa. That one 55.
55 for bag.
Yes.
So if they sell rubber, how you say they sell rubber for rice?
Rubber, I get 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. That one will not be 6,000. I get local on 3,500.
Okay.
Yes.
So beans now, because you say prices of rice now it varies, and it be like say it never to increase like that as that they sell them. So how about beans? Beans don't increase.
Beans increase. Beans now, before they say 3,000, now na 3,500.
For rubber?
Yes, white one. Brown one, 4,000. I get local small one down 4,000.
Okay.
Yes.
So how much they carry bag before and how much they carry bag now? For beans?
Before they carry for 150, now 110, 120.
So wait, when they carry for 150 before, but now they carry for 110.
120.
So
rice no increase, no, they no increase. I dey say rice rubber 4,200, 4,000. I dey say rice rubber 3,000. So I dey say pull back for rice 65,000, 63,000.
But it depends on the kind of rice now.
Different rice. So not no say rice they different.
Yeah.
So big rice, potty rice, now I dey say like 80,000.
Okay.
One rubber they sell like 5,000, 5,500.
Yeah.
So that kind mango rice I dey sell 4,500, I dey sell 4,300. So other kind African King Optima I dey sell 3,700, 3,500, 4,000.
So bag of local rice now how much?
For local rice I dey sell 1,010. 1,010.
How much for local rice, the bag?
Full bag 1,010. 110.
110. Why company say foreign rice called cheap past local rice?
Me say I don't know, na so I dey say.
So how beans? How you dey say rubber of beans?
No say beans I dey say rubber 3,000. You local beans I dey sell 3,500, 4,000. Brown beans 4,000. That mean normal for rice.
Okay, so but the prices of beans don't reduce, I be still there on the other side.
You see the na beans now you see they reduce. No be this kind of odd beans. This one na odd one. Beans where you go see cheap, you never come na beans. You no see there again. You never see come out.
From the bustling lane of Oluku Market, the story remains the same. The markets never sleep, and food prices continue to tell the story of our economy. Whether it's rice or beans, every grain counts in daily struggle of household to make ends meet. This has been Market Survey, bringing you insight from the heart of Benin City's market.
We've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey, and today we get to know the various prices of rice and beans, and also we got to understand that there are different types of rice. We have the likes of wow rice, we have mango rice, and we have local rice. I will also get to understand that we have beans, we have white beans, we have local beans, and we have brown beans, and they are all sold for different prices. So also with the rice, we have rice from 8 kg, we have for 7 kg, we have for 12 kg, and also 25 kg, and they are sold for different prices. And we also got to understand that the prices compared to how it was sold before, they've reduced in terms of the bag of rice and also the terms of bag of beans. So we got to understand that due to the various types of rice, like wow is more expensive in the market because of its uniqueness, and also that of mango rice, it's different from how others are being sold. And also for the beans, we also got to understand that the brown beans is more expensive compared to the white beans. And that's all on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriwa. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
Certainly the best.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, are unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen a relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago, And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine.
Yeah.
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it showed that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. Okay. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Osunu, waiting they happen. Osunu, waiting they happen.
For Lambo. They be traders. Upper market traders. We remain no helper. Now let here. Now be our team. No helper. So let go. Go commissioner. Okay. Go government office. Okay. Go commissioner. More they go. Hey, I get you. Fine. We are good. Correct. That's that. More they go. However, in case you don't watch us for ITV, they watch us online. Are they for King Square for Benin City and are they for Urban Market? The traders, they say they're surprised when somebody contacted them say make them come out for inside the market from January. However, many of them borrow money. Many of them don't go buy things what they want to say for this Christmas and New Year. So they're surprised that this is a shock for them. That's why they want to let governor and let everybody go enter TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Correct. So that's why all of them they say they're not going to agree. They say they're not going to agree. They say, however, The one where government said they build, they never build and finish. The ones is scatter another one. I work not there for this country. We want to go meet Sherman now. We want to go meet governor. So they happen. So now the matter be this. You see all these people say what they watch here, they be traders. All these people you see for here, they be traders. Some are women, some are men, some are young women, some are guys, and different things. I tell Baba, blessed oh, correct. So they're the voice. I know. So now the truth of the matter.
We don't want that.
So the traders that they provoke, they say they are ready to shut down. Upper market.
Waiting they happen.
What happen again? Why not the answer? Money no dey come. Wait. They say we come out.
So if you true for that, I know say you go see do this. You go give us some kind time before we see. But now. They say January will come and say where we want to go.
Now you tell Yera.
No, people when they build the market. Okay.
Affect you. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State. Many of these traders they borrow money, and many of these traders, they don't buy goods when we say they want to sell for this Christmas and New Year, and they need to return the money. Whoa. Say whoa.
They say that we come out by January on the 8th.
Where you want to go?
Ask me where we want to go. Now our market be this, so we not get another one. Now here we dey pay school fees. Now we for they eat. They say they want this. So all the attachment with this urban market, both the attachments.
How you tell Yera?
And attachment with this urban market in many parts of the store. In many parts. Now we take the survive. They say we come.
That means to say now our market be this, so we not get another one.
Now my market be this, so.
Governor never hear. Now market be this, so
we not get another one. Now our market be this, so we not get another one. Now our market be this, so
Wetin happen?
They say more come out for market, and we not get where we dey go.
But you know when they fail they bid before they don't.
They never go finish. Complete. Complete everything. They say they want complete everything. What's you know why this thing they pay me well? You see all this our old men. They so they manage. Yes. Okay, how they want to say they feed themselves? If they say me we come outside. Where they say me we can't go. That said they never repair her. They say me we come outside. I say you're very so. What's soon? Baby sorry. I go there outside.
You know if you can do like this for outside. Okay, what do you now want me the governor know now?
May they give us where we go stay.
Wait. Let's talk to the governor of Edo State.
For this place, since they want to renovate them, they should carry out to another place where we will stay before they will renovate it. Because we don't have another place. If they want to renovate us, and now only up the leak for the market. Now that up, now they're supposed to work on the zinc, maybe another thing. If na 3 months you won't give us, when go say repair am, we dey okay. No be say go tell us and the government
Hold on, may you talk. Here you be trainer for Oba market here.
Yes.
What happen?
They say make we come out by January, say they want renovate here. And when you
that's Oba market.
For Oba market, and when you come out, when they do finish, not be you go get the store. What thing we they talk now, make it do that side first. If we finish that side, people go enter, then if we do this side, not be here go push all of us put for road. Yeah, say make we go.
And if na 6 months you won't give us, where go change, all of us go know say na 6 months. Not be say go tell us no come at the end. We know where go take up. We know what that one.
Na market be this so we want that another one.
Na market be this so.
I know you.
Na market be this so. We don't get another one. Na market be this so.
I know you.
Na market be this so. We don't get another one. Na market be this so.
Okay, I know you. Governor Goyera. You say now you marry your husband?
Yes, sir, now you go to take off. You know to take off. Now me marry my husband. Now you go to take off. Come on, for my husband head. I mean, I take off my husband too. And I'm this Oba market. Now that they take off my children first fees. This Oba market they don't get this.
Oba market traders. All these women, where did they outside?
Why we dey outside? Yesterday, that person announced. He say governor talk say he give this Oba market to contractors. Say all of us where we don't take this Oba market, may we come outside. May we come outside. Now we say wetin we beg governor where fire burn. Now we beg governor may he build for us. If he build where fire burn, people where they outside they enter. If they say you want to renovate where they leak for up, they can renovate.
Wait, madam. Now they say wait. Now them say or you hear them for announcement on a person can't tell now because I'm surprised that say all the people when they do my business for Oba market all of them are there outside now.
Now we just there outside the announcement because when they announce for that side where fire burn, my shade near here Ifa, so they know they quick they reach this side. So they say today early this morning we go tell Oredo Chema we'll go beg our governor. Waiting we want may hear that place where fire pour, where they build for us, he do well. People where they are after they don't build that one, you don't commission and they don't enter. Now another people go come outside. The contractor where he give now, where they call the drivers, make them hold up first. That's where we are begging our governor. Because it's our papa, we cannot argue anything when he talk. We are begging, and we are begging Oredo Chema, because now Oredo they control market, make the help us.
Money no they come from heaven, do better thing, money go come. Now true what they tell you so, Oga. Wow. It's not clear.
Iya kwa ni malatia, we January ni malatia, bi maaja latia, bi maaseji, e mani eroto, aba epoto fo, akwa ni mani rugweti ani mazo latia.
What you talk just now? You say waiting.
They say we go come out by January, make we come outside.
How we want to come outside? They never finish that side. They say we go take this side, we go come outside. How we want to do?
For inside this supermarket.
For inside this supermarket.
Now make all come out now.
Where we want stay?
Wait here. May I tell you? You know, say all these beautiful guests now, because they don't want to go do Olosho for outside, then they do manicure and pedicure for inside here. But what will happen now? For inside this market?
Yes.
Why?
They say they want to do it, they never do the other side.
Because I tell they manage now. If they pursue me, they go they feed me because I don't get they give me money Now I tell they hustle, I beg.
We don't get money I want to work. Market for us, we not the see work now. You want to see what daily bread market for us, we not need anything. The same come for January. We want to for inside to save our money feed our children.
Sunu, that's why we come out for market.
Why?
I don't know where we want to go. They say they want to renovate market, but one of us come. And this market just big like this. Not all of us come up for
market.
One market for that matter.
But the one when they say they big, they never
open them. They never finish them. They say that we come up for market. Now here we dey feed. Now here we dey take care of our children. Now here we dey pay house rent. Now here we dey pay school fees. What's new?
You know, sure saying that win.
Maybe na win.
Now win.
Now sometimes they don't give us something when we come out. They say ending of January. Everybody go evacuate. Whether you go or not, they take bulldozer, carry you throw away.
What did they want to call beach?
I don't know.
They affect you. Money no they come from heaven. To buy dirty money go come. Not true what they tell you.
They say may we pack our load. Adibi as they want repair am. They say okay, may we leave our load. Then may we come out, may they repair am. It go be different case. Then now, it good say they want repair the market, fine. Then not be say may we pack our load. Where we want pack our load go? Where we want go? They say we come out for the market. Where we want go? Where we want go?
You sure say that government talker?
Yes.
Government talker?
Yes. Where we want go? As I dey like this, so where me want go? What soon? You never make provision.
Our government say we never see you for work again.
People wey come out for that side, they still dey outside. They never repair that side. Where we want go?
Waiting they happen.
I greet you, sir.
Thank you.
Traders from Oba Market.
Yes.
They protest. Today say they hear information say make they evacuate the market because of construction. As you don't hear their complaint now, what will be your message to them now?
Yes, my message to them be say we the local government, our duty is to go and see the contractor, ask them what they want, and also provide solution to our market women. If they want to maintain the place and they need them to evacuate, we will create another space for them where they can do their business. Because what the governor is doing there is laudable. And we don't want to discourage them. Because what they do for us for there, na good thing. And all of us what they already do, we appreciate them. Na good thing for us. So we don't want to get issue with governor. Our own be say, we go provide another place for them to do their business. So that they will give the contractor space where they fit to do their work. And the space where we want to give them, not small space. As they finish, they will do one section by section. Not be everybody that go drive at once. Do you understand it?
Because the traders still talk say, if government don't construct and finish, this same space go return back to them.
Of course. Now if I did the shop, now you go return to that shop. We not go carry person shop, give another person. Because the governor is interested in their happiness and for them to be able to do business in a conducive environment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got to talk to the Honorable Chairman of Oredo Local Government, Honorable Gabriel Dusari. Shut up!
Waiting they happen.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Nigeria faces a severe housing crisis marked by significant deficit and high costs, particularly for lower middle income earners. The housing deficit is estimated to be at least 20 million units, with an additional 5.5 million people needing housing each year, requiring at least 550,000 new houses annually. This deficit is compounded by high housing prices and rents, which have increased faster than general inflation, making it difficult for many Nigerians to afford adequate housing. Nigerians' housing deficit is substantial, with estimates ranging from 20 to 28 million units, according to a real estate expert estimate. How housing prices and rent, especially for low and middle income individuals, are major barriers to accessing adequate housing. A lack of viable mortgage system and high interest rates hinders home ownership, particularly for those in lower income brackets. The housing crisis has led to the growth of informal settlements with substandard living conditions. Rising costs of building materials such as cement further exacerbate the problem. Nigeria's housing sector faces a multifaceted crisis. Addressing this requires a multi-pronged approach that includes government intervention, private sector participation, and innovative financing solution to make housing accessible and affordable for all citizens, according to the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development.
Let me just speak of Benin City, where I reside. You see, the menace of agents has become a menace. Agent is something that is known because they help you to, you may not be able to go around the town to look for houses that are vacant and all that. So these agents are supposed to, bring people who will come, they know all the houses that are supposed to be free. They're supposed to be like a liaison, a middleman between the tenant and the landlord. And in those days, they used to possibly collect 10% of whatever you are going to pay as your annual rent. But I want to tell you that these people are not even collecting more than God. God in the Bible collects 10% as tithes. I can tell you for free that this agent now, they collect as much as 30%. The landlord would have told them they will ask you for agent fee. They will ask you for agent fee 30% of what you are paying. Then they will ask you for caution fee. They will ask you for agreement fee. And to be very honest with you, in many cases, this caution, these agreement fees, they don't even go to the landlord. Is there a law governing agents in this country? I really don't know. This is something that the government may need to look into, because these agents, they are devil's agents. They are frustrating tenants.
20% of rent from the prospective tenants is unreasonable. So by the time you add those figures, those unreasonable figures to the already built up costs, it makes it scary. So a lesser standardized percentage may be acceptable. It's not just to make policies, it's another thing to also enforce the policies. The property market can be regulated, not in a way to hurt the agents in a way, but to curb the excesses. Because if you also look at it, like I said, there are positive and negative sides. We're also encouraging them. You are keeping people off the streets, you're giving them jobs, okay? But we want to regulate how, or we want them to regulate to what extent they make property accessible to others. So a fair pricing system can be encouraged. The agency business can be standardized. Consultation between the government and the stakeholders on a fair price can also work.
This housing problem is being compounded by both professional and non-professional estate agents, popularly known as house agents in some clime, making houses to be very expensive for the masses. A person who sells and rents out buildings and land for clients, an estate agent or a realtor. The journey to finding a suitable rental property or accommodation in Nigeria is often fraught with challenges in cities like Lagos and Benin City. Navigating the murky waters of rental practices dominated by estate agents or house agents is unprecedented. Prospective tenants find themselves ensnared in a wave of unexpected fees, especially for house inspection, leading to frustration and financial strain. Some agents will ask as high as 30,000, 25,000, 20,000, 10,000 or 5,000 depending on the area.
It's alarming with the rate these persons are going. Some of them are very greedy. They take advantage of tenants in certain properties. For a situation whereby an agent is demanding more than 10% from you, that is criminal. I know some states they allow more than 10%, but to my best of my knowledge, Edo State, the standard is 10%. That's what an agent should collect. Then, as a tenant, if you are paying for a rent for any property, ensure to ask, let them give you a breakdown. They shouldn't just tell you 1.5 million, 2 million for a property and you just pay. No, even if you have the money. You are not the only person that will be renting out. Other persons, because once you make this thing a norm, make it a norm, it will become a standard. Before you know, every other person will be seen as a normality. So I will advise potential tenants, when you want to get a place, ensure you ask them, let them give you a breakdown. They should tell you the amount for the rent. They should tell you the amount for if there's a legal fee. They should tell you the amount for the agency. Like I said, standard 10% is fair enough. Then if there's a caution fee, they should tell you. Any other fees, service charge as well, maybe managing the place in terms of light bills and utilities, that's my service charge. Any other fee or bills outside any of these that I've just enumerated, it is illegal and it is criminal.
What they do, they will make it difficult for tenants to take your house. Number one, they will go and put different fees. They will do agreement for the landlord that owns the house. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And they will shield the tenant from you. Not until he enters your house, you will even know your tenant. So the person that's coming to take your house, and that can put the owner of the house in jeopardy, and they can give him problem, because as the owner of the house, I need to know who's coming to my house, but they will shield the person. And the different fee they collect from intended tenants or tenants is too much. At times they say caution fee. They will tell you this fee, that fee, that fee. So I understand in a house that somebody went to rent, they made him to pay 200,000 naira caution fee, agent fee, this fee, that fee, Jehovah, for my house, on my head. And it is high time government begin to regulate their activities. Some time ago, Lagos government have to climb on these agents, and it is high time that those state government come out and look at this thing holistically. Because I saw a house that somebody went to rent, 2-bedroom flats, 1.2, 1.4 million in this building. And that is outrageous. An agent collected up to 100 or 200 or that's so much. As they say 800,000 for one parlor and a room. Jesus. So number one, they are responsible to an extent for astronomical increase in house rent. Number two, they also cause problem between landlord and tenants. In that, before a tenant gets a house, you don't know it, or you will just come there and say, "This is my new tenant." Whereas if you had interviewed the person, maybe you wouldn't have given him your house in the first place. And number three, they are also making things difficult for the tenant themselves. A tenant that went to hustle for 150,000 to rent room and parlor, you come and give him other bills, then he will not be able to get this thing.
Missed and the need of owning a property of your own, because the way some of our agency are taking it now is just somehow the agent will just skyrocket some locations and tell you this is how much they are giving this location. For instance, now we needed an apartment in, let's say, Uselu, Gbowo, Saplewood houses. The owner might just say, okay, let me give it lesser price, but the agent will place that property in their care. We just say, no, this is what they are renting in this location. That much we used to give property, 2-bedroom flat, 3-bedroom flat, as the case may be, a room and a parlor, unit self-contained, as the case may be. They can say, okay, this is what we are giving in this location. This is what we are giving. But that is not in the mind of the original owner of the building. So that's the reason why we are urging all the agents, we call them freelancers at a time. In all, they are called agents. Those agents, please just take it easy with our citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because most of us, it's not that easy to just school out the money. You hear some persons will just say, okay, this house per annual is 600K, as the case may be. It will just say, okay, now agency is 450,000. It's not encouraging. It's scaring people away out of the city of Benin. So we are using this medium to encourage our agents to make sure, please and please, take it easy with our people in the city of Benin. They are supposed to be regulated by the state or the federal government of Nigeria. There should be a punishment, but not now, because there is no law guiding them. It is when the Edo State government now decide, or the House of Assembly now decide to say, okay, let us look for a way to fix it. Then they can now say, okay, now we are going to pass a law. If there is no law, there will be no offender. So that's the reason why, not until we have a law that is guiding this set of people, this set of persons, this body, then there can never be an offender.
Searching for a home in Nigeria has become a frustrating ordeal as many prospective tenants face an uncertainty reality. Estate or house agents demanding hefty fees for limited property viewing, while leading clients to properties are often failed to match that requirement. This exploitative practice, as investigation revealed, doesn't just drain finances but leaves tenants feeling trapped and misled. As a housing crisis deepens, the integrity of Nigeria's real estate market seems to be teetering on shaky ground.
We have some issues with them. Some of them, they jack up the rent for certain houses beyond even what is prevailing in that area, because each area has its own rental value. But they jack up the prices, and there are two things about this. It makes it impossible for people who would have afforded the house normally not to get a house. And then secondly, the landlord is deprived of rent for the period he's waiting for somebody to take up the house, not at his price, but at the agent's price. And some of these agents, they are not appointed as agents by certain landlords. They just go to a house that is empty. They just take the picture and they put it on their platform, and then they advertise it as a house. And then some, they collect rents, and then they start looking for a house for the intending customer. So while they are running around, that intending customer is in pain. So these are some of the unwholesome practices of some of the agents. And some even collect money, and at the end of the day, they don't give the customer a house, and they cannot even refund the money. And sometimes you take them to the police station and they start funding the money in bits and pieces instead of the lump sum that was given to them. I think the activity should be regulated, honestly. And some of them do the work of agent, they do the work of barristers or solicitors who are supposed to write agreements. Some of them write agreements and some of them steal the stamp of the lawyer and they are fixing there and just put that in signature. We have had many of these issues, and I hope that the government and even the professional body of estate valuers and agents will look into this issue.
There's a lot of deficiency in the areas of housing in Edo State. Why do I say that? Is that the cost of housing is being affected because of the demand. You can see in some areas, the very moment construction is being done in any building, before that building is completed, some persons have already made payment for that building. That is to show that the demand of rentage is very high. People need this property, they are desperate in need of it. And because of that, there is now inflation in the cost of housing. The landlord, there is no regulatory system to regulate the cost of building per areas or per environment or per the size of the building. So landlord just wake up to put a fixed price on their property the way it suits them. Just because maybe the next street there's a certain price the landlord are charging, so they now build their home, they will just give it price higher than the other one because the number of persons that is asking for the property during the construction is high. To be honest, the agent in Edo State, their activities are very, very terrible. So I believe the government and the judiciary, they have to step in. Because, for example, there is a time that the NBA, they come together and they said that there is a fixed price for the lawyer. The lawyers has a fixed price, maybe 5%. If it's above so amount, it's 2.5%. So there's still room for you to negotiate with your lawyers. All these are professionals. They have their own regulatory bodies. And also the government has to step in because roadside agents will just give fixed price. Sometimes they are even trying to aim higher than the owners of the property. You will see a property for 1 million naira. Agent will tell you that agent fee is 300,000 naira. You don't know how much they buy block. You don't know how much they sell sand. You don't know how much they sell cement. You are even trying to share the same profit with the owner of the property. So the government have a lot of work to do. First of all, let all agents be profiled and let there be a regulatory amount on their charges that will not affect the tenants. Because when it's becoming too high, you will see that it will also affect the economy of the environment, that people will be shifting away from renting us. We don't want situation of what we are experiencing in some states like Lagos, where people are not staying under the bridge.
The cost of renting a 2-bedroom flat is 400,000, but you see some persons who happen to be agents telling you to pay 700,000. That is to say, they are collecting extra 300,000, and you ask them what are they doing, just because they know the owner of the house. It is that time the government and the collective effort of landlord will bring together to make sure that this problem is salvaged. You'll be so surprised that in the first 1 year you are going to pay 700,000 for 3-bedroom flat. They will tell you subsequently you are going to pay 400,000 or maybe 500,000. What are you giving the 200 or 300,000 to one man sitting on his own? What is the work of this man? Just to bring a link between the owner of the house and the tenant. To me, it's outrageous. We are having this problem, and the painful thing is there is nothing like soon they will understand that they are evil. Sorry to say, I will say it. Some of them, not all, are evil. You are collecting outrageous money from people, 300,000. Or some will tell you 20% rate. If I am to rent a house for 1 million, 20% will be 200,000. Waiting they happen.
In a nation where access to comfortable and secure housing is a fundamental need, a disturbing trend has emerged. Estate agent or house agent exploiting the desperation of prospective tenants to maximize profit. Many house hunters desperate to secure a suitable home pour time and money into multiple inspections only to be shown properties that fall far short of expectations, whether due to poor location, subpar amenities, or prices widely exceeding their budgets. This troubling pattern has drained and has tainted what should be a straightforward house hunting experience, turning it into a frustrating cycle of financial strain and unmet promises. Some agent will promise you won't pay until they secure an apartment for you. It's a lie. Once they collect your money and send you listing you can't even consider, then they disappear once you reject a few options. The financial bleeding doesn't stop these housing agents into collecting commission on every rent paid, further compounding the financial burden of prospective tenants. Why agents are often viewed as primary culprits, finding a review that landlords are equally complicit in this exploitative web. Many landlords, fully aware of agents' dubious tactics, deliberately channel prospective tenants through these middlemen, knowing it will pile extra charges on renters. Though this arrangement may seem like a convenient way to streamline tenant selection, it raises serious ethical concern around transparency and fairness. By relying on agents who extract inspection fees without proper accountability, landlords indirectly fuel a system where tenants are financially drained and disillusioned even before securing a home. Across social media platforms, a storm of outrage has erupted from victims of this exploitative racket. Numerous posts recount experiences of exorbitant inspection fees levied under false pretense that left prospective tenants drained and demoralized. Many describe this drawn to properties through glossy, deceptive listing only to meet with vastly different realities during physical inspection. Shabby apartments, noisy environments, and poor maintenance often replace the pristine visual showcased online, sparking frustration and heartbreak for those desperate to secure a home. Beyond financial strains, the emotional toll is undeniable. Tenants feel trapped in a system skewed heavily in favor of landlords and agents, an ecosystem where renters' vulnerability is exploited while accountability remains elusive. Adding another disturbing layer to this crisis is the revelation that some landlords or their relatives now disguise themselves as estate agents or house agents to exploit tenants directly. This deception strategy bypasses professional intermediaries, allowing landlords to pocket inspection fees while maintaining a false image of legitimacy. Another deceptive tactic haunting the rental space involve fake house agents who lure desperate tenants with suspiciously low inspection fees. Operating without legitimate listing, these scammers flood social media with eye-catching property art, targeting vulnerable renters searching for affordable homes. Once a tenant shows interest, the demand varying fees for property inspections, often without having any real properties available. Some victims report being taken to random buildings with no rental vacancies or properties in their conditions unfit for living. These communities thrive in a dangerously unregulated market where anyone can pose as a real estate professional without credentials. The allure of quick, easy profit often overshadows the lasting damage inflicted on already struggling families in need of homes. By posing as agents, they lure unsuspecting tenants into believing they are dealing with professionals, not the property owners themselves. Some even create fake online profiles or use aliases to maintain this illusion. Another deceptive tactic haunting rental space involve fake house agents who allure desperate tenants and suspiciously low inspection fee. Operating without legitimate listing, these scammers flood social media with eye-catching property ads targeting vulnerable tenants searching for affordable homes.
The role of an agent is to help source or manage, protect the said building. So if you are paying, whatever you pay, you say you pay to an agent, the agent at the end point replies back to the landlord or the house owner. So if we can also say We do also have some, what I would have suggested that we were saying, are agents that tells you they want to search for something for you without. But the bottom line, that agents hike in house rent, I don't believe, because where me or you stay, some people have houses, and because of the stress of talking to these tenants who in total don't help maintain a property, you handle it to a man, an agent who can help you speak and understand the language your tenant speaks, and to relieve you of their stress and burden, you give the agent to maintain. That does not give the agent the prerogative or the right to increase or decrease that house. You are now to tell the agent, this is what you collect, or agent suggests to you. They are not the owner. If tomorrow you want me to help you sell something and say you have a house, you have a land, you have a car to sell, and you give it to an agent to sell, you will tell the agent or the household that you are selling at this fixed price. There's no way agency can be bigger than the said money you are paying. It's impossible. So maybe they will not tell you are paying legal fee, you are paying agency fee, you are paying the ad fees. But if you understand the terrain, understand the system, if you pay it first, the first time, you're not going to pay that again. If you understand it, an agent does not have right to collect a legal fee.
Looking at the present state of house agents precisely in Edo State today, absolutely is not an help to a common man as he stands. In a situation where an agent will impose a fee in a house they know nothing about, and at the end of the day, the money that will be going to the landlord or either the landlady of the house will have nothing to do with that of the legal fee. So many fields to talk about. So at the end of the day, I will say from my own take, the government, if they have anything to do to make this agency to be a better regulating body, because it stands today, anybody just wake up and for any reasons nothing doing, they appear to be agents on the street. And at the same time, they don't care about the genuity of the persons they give these houses to, which at the end of the day, many of these clients bring problem to landlords and landlady. All they are after is just what they gain and what they profit at the moment.
Imagine collecting 5,000 naira inspection fees for more than 5 persons for the same apartment. Some house agents will go as far as preventing prospective tenants to have any form of contact with the landlord, making sure that rents are paid to the landlord through them. In Benin City today, looking for a house is like you going through the eye of a needle. You get to see advertorials on Facebook, WhatsApp pages, reading thus: pay 800,000 naira now. Subsequent years, you pay 500,000. In some clients, you get to hear pay 1 million naira now. Subsequently, you pay 400,000. While in some part, you're going to see pay 700 naira now. Subsequently, you pay 300,000 naira in subsequent years. Where are all these monies going to? Some agents have fashioned a weapon whereby they can even collect money more than the landowners, manipulating the system so that the landlord or landladies will not even know what is going on. Some agents also go ahead to be the middleman between the landowners, the house owners, the tenant. The tenants will be arm twisted so they can pay directly through the agent, which in turn will take out their own share according to what they call it and give the landlord or landlady a pay not compared to what they've collected. Some of these tenants don't even know their landlords or landladies. Sometimes they have to pay through the account of the agent. Just paint this picture: a tenant paying 1 million naira, or better still 800,000 naira, in some cases 600,000 naira, for the landlord to only receive 300,000 or 400 or even 500 as the case may be. The activities of these agents should be regulated. In this situation, they can choose to increase the rent paid fee on their own without giving the landlord the complete amount. Equipped with the knowledge that the tenants do not know the owners of these houses, some house agents deceitfully issue quick notice to tenants in order to bring in new tenants that will pay higher agent fees and house rent. This has in no small measure inflicts so much pains on tenants. These agents most time goes for the highest bidder, not minding what the so-called higher bidder does for a living, as long as the greed of the landlord and agent are satisfied. Hence you get to hear words like "Oga, landlord, give your house to Yahoo boys. Now Yahoo boys they pay pass. Really, these fraudsters have so much money to spend and spare. This act further compound the pains of low-income earners. The act of putting money first before personality has plunged society into chaos. You hear of kidnapping, ritual killings, and robbery in the society, all because the landlord refused to vet prospective tenants properly, all because of money and the negative influence of house agents. The government of the day should, as a matter of urgency, look into these unwholesome practices of these house agents. This set of persons should be regulated and prosecuted if they desist from this unwholesome act. The government should set up task force on accommodation and housing matters, as done in some states in Nigeria, to checkmate the unwholesome practice of these house agents and greedy landlords, so that both high and low income earners seeking accommodation can breathe. Wilson Omasho reporting.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is?
It is another wonderful time on television, and let me say thanks for joining us again on the program African Discourse, Monday afternoon, the show program that comes away every Monday at about 1:30. My name is Evan Sudokuge. Well, today we may just continue from where we stopped last week on Monday, where we talked about the G20 summit, and we saw that Nigeria, you know, as a country in the African continent, by way of connection, that for the fact that Africa was mentioned, Africa was a member, is a member of the G20 summit, then definitely we must talk about the summit. Now, we saw all that played out before the summit, whereby the president of the U.S., the president of Donald Trump, said that he was not going to be in that summit because of the white minority land ownership in South Africa. Now the summit has come and gone, and it ended on Sunday. It was a one-day summit between the 22nd and the 23rd of this month of November 2025. And of course, the summit has come and gone. Now, the big question that we ask is, what is the major pullouts in this summit? Now, so many ways to look at it now, because we understand that one sure agreement that was made in that summit is the general agreement on the need to charge up multilateral cooperation among member states. So we're going to be talking along that line today on the program African Discourse. Well, some of the information that we are following as far as the topic is concerned today, looking at the G20 summit and how it prioritizes Africa. How does it place African priorities? The information we are following on that today is that the G20 summit in Johannesburg has wrapped up. South Africa handing over the rotational presidency to the U.S., which did not attend the meeting. Now, remember, I have said that the U.S. president said he was not going to attend, and definitely he did not attend. But the irony of that now is that the South African president, in the person of Cyril Ramaphosa, has handed over the baton in absentia to the U.S. president. And we understand that come next year, 2026, the U.S. president is going to be hosting, America to be precise, is going to be hosting the G20 summit next year, 2026. And we understand that it's going to be hosted at Donald Trump's golf course in Florida. That's just the way it is. Anyway, South African Presidency Ramaphosa formally closed the G20 summit on Sunday, handing over the presidency to the U.S., where we are going to see again, where he said we shall see each other again next year. Then he said South Africa used its G20 presidency to place the priorities of Africa and the Global South at the center of the agenda, building on the development focus of previous presidencies in Indonesia, India, and Brazil. Then, of course, Cyril Ramaphosa said South Africa is truly honored and humbled to have hosted the G20 summit, the first time the summit has ever been held on the African soil. So once again, we say kudos to Africa as a continent, and of course, we say kudos to all Africans for successfully hosting the G20 summit. Now that it has come and gone, what does it hold for the continent? How will the continent benefit from it? Is all we're going to be looking at today on the program. Well, to discuss all this today, we're so privileged to have a foremost politician with us here in Benin. Of course, we're not discussing Nigerian politics, but somehow maybe we may be, tempted to say one or two things about Nigerian politics. Please join me to welcome Mr. Tony Alile, who is joining us virtually this afternoon from Benin. Mr. Tony, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Okay, you're welcome to the program African Discourse. All right, so the summit, the G20 summit has come and gone, and it's a funny one now that the U.S. president did not attend, but the presidency, the right to host the next edition has been handed over to him in absentia, and we understand that it's going to be held in the U.S. in Donald Trump's golf course in Florida next year, 2026. Away from that, but let's quickly look at the major pullouts from this G20 summit in Johannesburg. What would you say are the major pullouts for the African continent?
Okay. Once again, good afternoon, my viewers, and good afternoon to everyone, at the studio. Well, I want to say, first of all, this is a first in African continent. G20 has been, the meeting of the G20s all over the world has been held in almost all the continents in Africa. But like we said earlier, this is the first time it's coming to, all over the continent in the world except Africa. This is the first time it's coming to African continent, and it came and it was very successful, in spite of the obvious boycott by the United States, due to some of the issues that he has raised over time about South African handling of human rights. You put that aside, the outcome of the G20 meeting and the participants from all over the world, the Prime Minister of the Great Britain, the President of France, the President of Brazil, the Prime Minister of India, representative of the Chinese government, they were all present on African soil. And some of the greatest things that one can actually take home from the G20 was the a few of the issues that were contained in the communique, which have to do with inequality in the world and the climate change. Those are areas that really affects Africa a lot. We don't seem to, to pay much attention to this climate change. The great countries of the world, the big economies of the world, United States, Germany, and others, seems to concentrate on continuing with their fossil fuel, their coal, their steel manufacturing, and so on and so forth, which some of the process contributes to this ozone layer depletion. And in Africa, we don't seem to have any control of it. Today, 80% of African family are still relying on what we call the firewood energy for cooking and so on and so forth. By so doing, destroying our rainforest, destroying our forest, and creating a lot of these climate problems. So I'm very happy that climate change was one of the focus issue in this whole thing. And the second part that I can say is a great take home for Africa, is the clamoring for the trade balance, which has been, which has been disastrous and disadvantage to African countries over time. A situation where a country will come to Africa like Ivory Coast, purchase their cocoa at a very minimal price and take it away to major companies like Cadbury and the rest of them, make chocolate and bring them back to Africa as a finished product. So all of this area, the idea of Africa exporting all our raw materials to Western world and expecting finished product, these were part of the sideline discussion that I took interest in during the G20 meeting in South Africa. I was very impressed on the stand of I'm trying to remember the country in Africa who was very resolute that the trade balance have to be addressed. The inadequacy in the trade, the trade between African and the Western world, and that issue was very, very important. That it ended up becoming one of the issues that that were addressed when the communique was was being delivered. So I commend the G20 body for picking a South African or picking an African as a president and choosing Africa as a host continent for this last meeting. It's a welcome development to Africa and it's a good one.
Okay. All right, so good one there. Now, let's quickly mention here again that our own president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, could not have been there because of the insecurity issues that were reported and that happened recently in Nigeria. So the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, had to make it to Johannesburg, South Africa, to represent Nigeria at the G20 summit. Now, away from that now, Tony Alile, now the charge that is being given in this G20 summit is the need for member states, a member nation, to improve on multilateral cooperation. Now, like you rightly said, that when we talk about the G20 summit, we're talking about the biggest economies of the world and the superpowers in terms of economical advantage, economical strength, and all that. Now, for the U.S., that happens to be, I don't want to say the greatest now, but one of the greatest economies in the world. They were not in this summit. So for us to have an ending charge for member states to ensure that they improve on multilateral cooperation, is that not a charge on deaf ears?
Well, yes. First of all, let me start from the point that concerns our president for not physically present in the G20. The good thing is Nigeria president, there is a say in Benin that the head of the house cannot be sleeping when there is a snake on the roof. So the president at this particular trying time in our country's security situation cannot be traveling out of the country when our young girls are kidnapped on a daily basis, Christians are being shot in the churches, some Muslims are being killed in their farms. So the responsible president would not be traveling in spite of the importance of the G meeting in South Africa. So I think the president did the right thing for not traveling to that place, because he would have been asked to come back, and he would have, he would have been able to put up a good face in the presence of other world leaders when daily report is saying that Nigeria is on fire. So for the president not attending, it's a welcome development, and I praise the president for taking Nigeria interests first. Then for the United States not also attending, over time, you all know that President Trump has complained bitterly about human rights violation in South Africa as it involves the white minorities. With the farmland redistribution exercise that was once perfected when Jacob Zuma was the president. The present administration find the distribution of the land to be inadequate and improper, and they are now distributing it fairly to all the farmers. And for some reasons, the American president find that to be a violation of the rights of the white farmers in South Africa, and for that singular reason, he chose not to attend, the summit. But all fair and good. Great countries were well represented. Like I said, the Prime Minister of the Great Britain was present. The President of France was present. The Prime Minister of India was present. A high-power delegate and representative from China was present. Same from Russia, and so on and so forth. But like I said, the American president's excuse for not attending was the alleged human rights violation against the white minority in South Africa. But some other analysts from the world also frown at the president's disagreement and disapproval of an African country being one of the one of the forefront and front leaders of the BRICS bloc, the BRIC economic bloc, and even have one of the African countries letter as one of the acronyms of BRICS, which is BRIC, B for Brazil, R for Russia, I for India, and C for China, with the X that was recently affixed to it as South Africa. So the Americans have always seen Africa as an economic partner, as a trade partner, and a security partner over time. And they would have expected that any economic bloc or any anti-American crusade anywhere in the world, Africans should abstain from it, which of course I think they are wrong in that perception. But that is actually the reason why some of these analysts canvass that makes the President of the United States not to attend. Not necessarily because of the so-called alleged human rights violation of the white minority. We all know what happened in South Africa over time during the apartheid and so on and so forth, what the white did to the black people. I'm not saying the same thing should be repeated back to the white, but the distribution of the land initially at the end of the apartheid, giving about 90% of the land, the farmland in South Africa, to less than 10% population. To me, I think it was an aberration, and it was too one-sided. It was lopsided. And I think that is what the government of Cyril Ramaphosa has come to correct, that is upsetting President Trump, including the daily report from the elements of X, the former Twitter, against the black South Africans. So I don't want to go into those issues that has to do with discrimination and racism between the South Africans and the American president. But I am saying that the major reason why Donald Trump did not attend is the South African deep involvement in the BRICS economic bloc, not the published story of human rights violation against the white South Africa, who of course today owns the economy of South Africa. So the other countries that came to attend, I applaud them, and I am in full support of the communique, in spite of the fact that the American president didn't wanted them to issue any statement at the end of the of the summit. That was a bold step by the South African president, and that is a bold step for the entire African continent.
Okay. All right. Now, let's quickly talk about the absence of U.S. again, because some analysts are of the opinion that this is perhaps one of the, in terms of trying to look at the quality of the summit now, that this summit is low in quality in the sense that the U.S. Was not present at the summit. Now, you tell us, from your own point of view, do you see the G20 2025 summits as a witless, summit without the U.S.?
No. Certainly, I disagree with that. America did not attend. Does not invalidate the the entire letters and principles of the of the summit. I just mentioned some great countries in the world, great economies in the world who were physically present. Japan was there. I saw the representative from South Korea, and so on and so forth. So if America chooses not to attend the summit, that is their own prerogative. It's their right to do that. But that does not invalidate anything, any agreement that was reached during the summit. Every letter of the communique that was issued by the president of South Africa, who also doubled as the president of the G20 as at the time of the summit, is a 100% valid communique. It's a 100% valid document and is binding anywhere it goes. So Americans absent from that summit is just a way of Americans registering their displeasure over what they claim to be the human rights violation of the white minority in South Africa. So that is their prerogative, that's their business. So it does not invalidate anything that was discussed there. So you cannot call it a low quality or a low rated summit, because all the great nations of the world were all present. So I give the summit a big kudos, and I congratulate the president of South Africa, I congratulate South Africans, and I congratulate the entire Africa for hosting a thought non-possible thing in African soil. Don't also forget that it's that same South Africa that hosted the World Cup for the first time, since the inception of World Cup. And great things are happening. Some time ago, Nigeria hosted the CHOGM, the Commonwealth Nations in here, and we hosted the African Games. So the more we are putting our country out there to the world, the more the world will start respecting us for who we are. Go to every part of the world. Let me take Nigeria as a test case right now. There is nowhere in America, there is no, among the 500 established companies in America, Nigeria man is in everyone in the top level management. The best hospitals in the world that are there in America, the best doctors there are Nigerians. Mayo Clinic in Washington, D.C. I can tell you this for free. The vaccine, the equivalent of America's CMD here, that we call CMD, they call it chairman over there, is my younger niece, Stephanie Mokaro. She's the head of Mayo Clinic. That is one of the best hospitals in America, where the top guns all over the world are, goes for treatment. These are Africans. So Africans are not pushed over anywhere in the world. It was the initial, I don't want to call it inferiority complex. It was the initial complex that we inherited from colonialism over time that put us on that pedestal. But as of today,
right, Tony,
I can
let's quickly take a short pause now.
Everywhere in the world.
All right, Tony, so we quickly take a short pause. Viewers out there, the program is still African Discourse on your television, independent television. And our focus this afternoon is looking at the G20 summit that has just been completed in Johannesburg in South Africa. The major priorities. How has it placed Africa's priorities is what we're looking at this afternoon. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned.
TV, certainly the best.
All right, now it's nice to still have you there on the program African Discourse on independent television. And our focus this afternoon is the G20 summit that has just been concluded in South Africa. Mr. Tony Alile is our guest on the program this afternoon. Now, Mr. Tony Alile, now I don't know if you may share the same opinion that some analysts are sharing as far as the G20 summit is concerned. Now, why the U.S., or you may want to say why Donald Trump may have taken Nigeria's insecurity issue as an issue of major concern. Now, I'm going to read out an excerpt, to you from this summit. Now, the leaders on Saturday, now talking about world leaders on Saturday, they pledged in the declaration to work for a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the occupied Palestinian territories, and Ukraine, condemning terrorism in all of its forms and manifestations. Now, you can see that the issue of terrorism in Nigeria, is not mentioned here. Now, Nigeria is not a direct member of the G20, except the fact that it's in a continent which is a member, that is the African continent. Now, little wonder, when world leaders gather to talk about terrorism in parts of the world, what is going on? I mean, one would have thought, for a Donald Trump to have noticed that terrorism is tearing Nigeria apart. I mean, to the extent that he's making an allegation that there seems to be a genocide against Christianity in Nigeria. But at this summit now, we can see that the issue of insecurity in Nigeria and terrorism is not being mentioned in particular reference to Nigeria. What do you think is going on, Tony Alile?
This is another area that I've shied away from, discussing over time. We all know what is happening in Nigeria today as far as insecurity is concerned. It is very, very audible enough for the deaf to hear, and it's so bright that even the blind can see it. Is an epidemic that was handled with a kid globe initially, that has now snowballed into a full-blown, terrorist action. But again, I still rely on my state, on my president. I still believe on the words from the presidency that they are doing everything they can to tackle this menace. Yes, for United States to have come up to say that enough is enough. Really, my brother, enough is enough. What the United States have said so far, from what I have gathered, is not to attack Nigeria. We are not at war with the United States. We don't have any problem, any issue with the United States. They are just angry with the fact that our military and our government seems to, be bereaved of any further ideas at this point on how to tackle the issue. And, United States being one of the leaders of the world will be, they will be accused of of complicity if nothing is done by them in this regard. Then to say that the issue never came up never came up during the G20 meeting, it couldn't have come up. By who? First of all, our president was not physically present, and even if our president was present, the president would not have taken his dirty linen to South Africa to start washing it. And I am sure that what is happening right now, our president should embrace the subjection and the ideas of the United States coming in to help us fish out these terrorists in their hideout. And I don't see that as an issue for much discussion. And I don't see that as an issue for us to be apprehensive as a country. America is not coming to go to war with us. They are not coming here to fight us. They are only coming here to help us, to solve a big problem that is plaguing the entire country. You all saw it recently that a general in Nigerian army is unheard of anywhere to be summarily executed in the manner that that general was executed. If that happens in a country like United States, any country that is associated with the name of those terrorists will by now be, a flat ground, because they would have leveled it by now. So I don't know what our military is doing, but for the past 2-3 weeks now, since President Donald Trump have said something about coming here to assist us, we are recording a lot of successes. Just yesterday, the good news that woke me up this morning was that the girls that were adopted from their school has been released, and and the members of the Catholic Church that was massacred and kidnapped during their live streaming the last Sunday. A lot of them are already back home to their family. So I want to give kudos to the president and the administration for that feat. I don't care if they pay them to release them. I don't care if they kill them to rescue them. Whatever that was done by the government, I don't care. What is important to me is those young traumatized children are reunited with their family. And for that, I say thank you, Mr. President. But I think we need to do more. If we were doing what we ought to have been doing by now, instead of engaging in a campaign for an election that is coming in 2027, I think we would have gone a long way. And so far, so good. Thanks to the Americans, since their verbal intervention, things seems to be slowing down in Nigeria. You don't hear anywhere they are jumping off from one canopy to the other, singing, on their mandate they stand anymore. I think the government is now more concentrated on administration and finding ways to tackle the insecurity. But when you bring it back home to Edo State, I certainly don't know what the state governor is doing as regard fighting the insecurity. You all saw what happened at Iyowa a couple of days ago, and another one at close to Sobe. So these people are closing in on us. And again, Evans, let me quickly say this. Why the government and the foreign aids that are coming to help us fight these people are doing that, we in the southern part of the country should also be setting a blockade to push them away. Because as they are being pushed from the northern part of the country, they are settling comfortably in the southern part. When you go to all the bushes around Sobe, that is the All-One East and All-One West, my brother, when you drive through that area, you pray to God to get to your destination successfully. These guys have taken over all our bushes, all the villages in one there. So the governor needs to wake up. He needs to wake up. The infinity sign in a cap is not what is going to solve the insecurity problem. Standing on anybody's mandate is not going to change the insecurity problem. We need to tackle it head on. Our people are very brave. Though people are brave people, we are not afraid. The only difference between those terrorists and our people, our vigilante group right now, is the weapon they are carrying. If our people have the opportunity to carry AK-47 and AK-49, I can tell you for free, within 36 hours, we'll wipe all these people out and send them out of our place. That will not bring us to the other issue that is not part of today's topic, but I just like to throw it in. Why some of us have not been clamoring for state police.
Tony.
For state police, a lot of people are against it for selfish reasons. The disadvantages that goes with the state police is lesser than the advantage that we will get with state police. If state police is allowed in every state today, I'm sure there will not be restriction to the kind of weapon the state police will carry. A situation where you are going to the bush with a double barrel, and you want to go and double barrel with two cartridges. You want to fight someone that is carrying AK-47 with over 10 magazines attached to their body. That is a suicide mission. That is
all right, Tony. Now, Tony, let's look at all the issues. Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
Tony, can we look at other issues? All right, now. Okay, I know that so many things to be said, but quickly because of time. Now, you see, a while ago, we talked about the declaration, because one of the major pullouts, from this summit is that the declaration hinges on the need for multilateral cooperation among member states. I mean, that says it all. That all member states of the G20, either as a direct member or you are a member, by bloc, you are in a continent, you belong to a continent that is a member, definitely you are a member. But let's look at it now. Now, there are factors that promote multilateral cooperation. You and I know that Nigeria as a nation may not be close to that, to those factors. I mean, we are still grappling with insecurity in the country. And a while ago, you also talked about some issues that relate to climate change and all that. But the greatest issue that we have in our country today is the problem of insecurity. Ordinarily, these are factors, or this is a factor that promotes multilateral cooperation among member states, of this kind of bloc. So if Nigeria is not being able to deal with insecurity as a problem, so don't you think we are far from this, charge that has been given at the G20 summit? So where do we go from here? How do we begin to ensure that we can actually encourage this multilateral cooperation, from other nations as it relates to Nigeria?
Every game is always a step at a time. You rightly said that the insecurity that is plaguing our country today is a big disadvantage for us, to one would fight for anything. That,
all right, Tony.
That was part of the communique from the G20. Yeah, Nigeria as a country, with our human capacity, we are fit to belong to anywhere. Today, the president or the chairman of World Trade Association today is a Nigerian, a female Nigerian for that matter. So that tells you the greatness of this country. What we are lacking, that is the big drawback for this country over time, has been leadership deficiency. We seem not to be able to identify those that can get the job done. I have to be blunt on this, Mr. Evans. We are having leadership problem that does not have the willpower to take certain decisions. I don't want to believe on speculation or hearsay, but if you go by what is being said and showed in social media around the country on a daily basis, you will agree with me that there are a lot of conspiracy going on that that is stagnating the ability of the country or the Nigerian army to completely flush out these terrorists from our land. There are a lot of complicity. Our top elites are involved. The military are directly involved. If you look at the preliminary report from what led to the capture and the death of General, I think it's General Sani, his first name again, he's a sellout. Somebody from the military gave up the general. They gave up the itinerary of his route to that forest that particular day, that made it possible for the terrorists to lay an ambush. It is it's almost impossible for a general to be killed in the battlefront. All the army sent for that battle is their duty to protect the general at all times during that. For them to get to the point that everybody were not scattered, everybody were deserted, that the general now have to seek refuge under a tree and start relying on his WhatsApp to send signal for rescue, is an aberration. That is a complete seller. That means there are still people within us that don't want us to succeed. So those are the things that I am asking the president Those are the real power that I'm asking the president to pick up. He has all the power to do anything to change all of these things. Before now, names were published of people who are sponsoring this terrorism in Nigeria. Prominent among them is Sheikh Gumi, who is who appointed himself as a moderator or intermediary between the terrorists and the state. And such a man is working freely in our country, and nothing is being done about it. Look at the former minister for communication and technology, Issa Patami, who wrote in a book that he supports the action of Osama bin Laden. If that action is to take all over again, that he will support it at all times. So when you have this kind of people that are extremists, allowing them in position of authority and working freely in our street, how do you expect us to fight insecurity? So the heavy weight is on the president's shoulder right now. He has the power, he has the reach to put an end to this menace. And to make it even easy.
Tony, can you hear me? Tony, can you hear me? All right, now I think we're beginning to have some sound. Tony, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, Tony, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mr. Evans?
Tony, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, the network is portrayed in here.
Yes, quickly. Let's quickly attend to this last question. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. I cannot hear you.
The last question, just like what I said a while ago, that the next edition of the summit next year is going to be in U.S., in Trump's golf course in Florida. Now, I don't know, because some of the things that analysts are saying now is that since the U.S. has boycotted this summit, then countries like South Africa and perhaps some of his allies need not to be at next year's summit. So what's your take on that?
I didn't get the question. Please, can you take that again, please?
Yeah, some of the things that analysts are saying that is that since Trump has boycotted this summit, then South Africa also need not to be there next year in U.S.
No, I will not subscribe to that, and I will not support that.
Okay.
If for one reason or the other, the president of United States choose not to attend the summit in South Africa, that is an isolated problem. So our own South African president cannot say because of that he's not attending. Look, you have to look at the gains that is coming out of this, of this summit. It's not a personal thing, and it should not be treated personal. So if the South African president is not attending, is giving a big disadvantage to the entire South African and Africa as a continent. So I don't want to subscribe to that, and I disagree with that. He should attend. Trump has his reasons for not attending. The truth of the matter is, the Americans need very little from us. We need more from them. That is the truth, whether anybody wants to agree to that or not. So I think everybody should attend.
Okay, all right. So, Tony, I want to say a very big thank you to that and also on the program today for finding time to join us on the program African Discuss. We do hope that when we call you next time, you oblige us of the opportunity.
Anytime, Evans, I'm there for you. Thank you so much for having me. All
right, then. All right, so viewers, this is how we end the program today, African Discuss. Like what we said a while ago, that big kudos to Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa for successfully hosting the 2025 edition. That's the very 21st, the first edition of G20 Summit in the soil of Africa, and it was a huge success. Now, the charge that has been adopted is of the need for nations of G20 to relate in terms of multilateral relationships so as to boost the economies of the world and also the political prosperity of the world. But the big question that we ask is that there are some countries that they do not have what it takes yet, for them to be there. Like Nigeria, we must state the obvious truth. There are some factors that enhance multilateral cooperation and relationship. So these countries, we just hope and pray that they will learn from other members of states so that all of us, we can, grow and develop together. All right, so this is where we anchor the program today, African Discourse, until same time next week when we come with another topic and, of course, another panelist on the show. My name is Evan Sunokoge. Good afternoon.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
TV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Good afternoon and thank you for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Walsawagye. A lot of us wonder why somebody will sleep and never wake up. Others will just wonder why a healthy person will slump and die immediately. So many of these questions are heavy in our hearts, but how do we go about it? Some would imply other things to it except for medical reasons. So today, we're going to be talking about sudden cardiac deaths. Sudden cardiac deaths. We'll look at symptoms, if there are any, causes, and probably we'll get some possible cautions to be taken or adhered to so that you don't fall victim to sudden cardiac